After almost 7 weeks of the regular season, 2 in the playoffs here, there are 3 more steps that teams need to complete to take the crown of their division. We are headed into Division 3, where for many, it is going to be the final series of their season, but for some, it is the final match they will get to play with some of their favorite teammates here in Div 3 for the East Conference. I'm very excited to go ahead and cast this grand finals with you all. My name is Orbital. With me is Alk Battery, and we'll be your voices on the mic. Alk Battery, how you doing?
I'm doing good. We had a little bit of a rush getting into today's show, but we're here, and the most important thing is we're kind of capping off what has been a very long season here in NECC.
Yes.
We're also towards the very end of 2025 on the calendar year. Only a few weeks left until we're going into the new year, so obviously for every single division, whether it's 1 through 8, being able to play here today is kind of the last hurrah, not only just for the players that we had mentioned earlier, and we'll kind of get into later on tonight.
Of course. So let's go ahead and introduce the teams here because it's going to be a treat and a half. We have Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University, or the Eagles Aquamarine, going up against University of Alabama, or the UAH Charger Blue Squad. For the Eagles Aquamarine, we got Big Fat Turkey, Dockinator, we got Glacials, Avocado, as well as some chips.
Yeah, and for Alabama in Houston, we're still rocking with Tilted, Reven again, and Preem, Blap, and Zipax. For 3 of these players, top jungle and support over on UAH,
Yes.
This is their last competitive season that they'll be playing in NECC. So thank you to Tilted for the information on that, and hopefully they can kind of go out on a bang, considering they are the 2nd seed, and the only time they would have lost in the regular season is to the Eagles.
Yeah, that was a treat and a half, and the fact that the Eagles came into this actually, I want to say upsetting one of the favorites that was in this bracket side. I believe they took down Illini Esports Blue, who were ranked as that 1st seed coming into the playoff brackets, and I'm very, very excited to see exactly how this pans out. As you called it, it was the East B side. These are teams that have actively played in the same area throughout the regular season, so it's really just the ruling continent of the East B division, because you even said it's not just these 2, but there were a lot of teams that made it into the top 4 spot from this region.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you look at East B Conference as a whole. Obviously, we have our 2 here in the finals represented, but UF Club Orange is also currently playing their 3rd place match up against Illini Esports. So kind of just showing that out of the top 4 that made it, 3 of them are here in the top 3. So I think that's at least very impressive for what they've shown, and especially for Illini, who historically, we go back a couple of years, they were starting to make a name for themselves in League of Legends. Obviously, have not really found the same level of success, but continuing to have their esports program and even performing here in NECC Division 3, still a pretty good feat all by itself.
100%, and that's what makes it all the more entertaining that we get to see the 2 teams clash at the very top, and not only in a BO3, but a full BO5. For all of you NECC enjoyers, you have watched a week of playoffs and a week of championships pass across multiple different titles, and you know League has got to deliver as well. We have 5 possible games. Hopefully we get all 5, and if not, hopefully we at least get some banger games afterwards. Taking a look at this game number 1, though, I'm very interested. We haven't been informed on who's getting side select where, and for me, that's going to be very telling of who takes blue, who takes red for this game 1.
Ooh, that's really interesting, and the thing that I'm kind of like looking forward to as we get throughout this series is I look back at the bracket for these playoffs. Very few of them are going to 3 games. Like the upper side of the bracket, both sides actually in the semifinals did go to 3. UF ends up going to 3 versus Kansas State, but aside from that, there's been 6 series and only 3 of them are going. Like, hopefully we get a little bit more distance here. Obviously, we're going to get a minimum of 3, so we're already going to break the mold on that one.
It's not that hard of a mold to break when it's the bare minimum, right? It's
there
the
you go.
shape that we gotta have, and to me that's very, very fun, and especially considering that when we look at Eagles Aquamarine, a lot of them were coming in here a little bit. I don't want to say change, but very interesting background. Specifically, Big Fat Turkey in the top side was previously their manager and now moved into the top side role. So for me, I'm kind of interested to see exactly how they feel so far with the squad. And looking at it, they are going to be on the blue side as well. Maybe it's bled into their draft and how they coordinate with the rest of the team. Milio, first off the list.
Ooh, okay, so some enchanters. Obviously, we're not quite, again, a lot of things are going to be changing as we get into 2026, not just the year.
Oh
we're having a lot of the preseason changes. I know, but we're still on some older League of Legends. We're still going to see Otacon. We're still going to see that beautiful winter map. And
Yep.
kind of similar to what you were talking about as we're waiting for a lot of these picks to start to come on through, is talking to the manager of Aquamarine. It was kind of a feeling of, we've only lost our 6-1 record. That one is because of UAH Chargers. So they want to be able to kind of sweep them off and see like, hey, we had to. Their excuse, at least for now, was that they had to swap out their mid laner that week. Now at a full strength, let's see whether or not the regular roster can kind of keep that top level of performance.
And already we are seeing a little bit of a target focus as well in this game number 1. You can already see where a lot of these players, especially for the Chargers, are specifically looking into that jungle side. Dogginator has been stepping up for the team of Aquamarine, being that shot caller for the squad, and especially from the jungle, being able to carry from a comfortable champion. Banning out 2 possible many more. As we look on the far side, it is going to be double ADC ban at the very end, but priority in the carry roles.
Thinking about what could kind of come on through, we've seen Talia be a really big pick just in general as a blind, especially in these best of 5 fearless games. You are really going to be tested on either what unique champions and some of the really strong blind picks that are going to kind of give you a lot of edge when it comes to either getting a counter matchup somewhere else or setting up another lane here. So already we're getting, from the Eagles at least, an Amumu blind, which I think is interesting, and depending on how the Chargers end up responding, if they go for more of the melees, as we see Diana hovered, could end up actually giving them a little bit more comfort and the ability to engage.
Well, it's also a stark difference, in my opinion, from the likes of a Lilia and a Xin Zhao. These two champions have a lot of flexibility, whereas you look at a Mumu, it's very one-directional. You're tossing yourself in, you ult, that's about it. Now's the range difference, though. The Misfortune being picked up as that ADC, grabbing it early after seeing the Tristana and the Jinx, which garners a response coming out of Aquamarine, locking in that Lucian, which does ply a possible support enchanter to come on out here. That Nami, that Lulu could be on the table.
I think it's rather interesting that as a response to maybe an Amumu being picked up, we're going to go ahead and take the Misfortune. I obviously am kind of postulating as to whether or not that is a response. Just, you have an Amumu, you might as well take away just the free setup of having the Curse of the Sad Mummy plus bullet time combo. And Lucian Braum is good in the lane. I think it's going to be really interesting how the Chargers get out of this, because from what Eagles are showing, I think that their draft already shows a lot of ways of being able to stop what Chargers want to get done, which is kind of this wombo combo, relying on a carry in the jungle with this Diana.
I like that adjustment, and then you have also the split pusher on the far end, meaning that if you do get this Yorick off and running, you are going to have a comfortable time trying to split push, which is why we are seeing that target focus of that top side bands. The set very specifically drawn over into Big Fat Turkey. In the flip, we're looking at that mid lane. The only role that feels so far, it hasn't been poked at just yet. It is going to be that Aurora just being like, hey, look, we can't allow you that type of carry, that type of escapability in your back pocket. Malphite following the set.
Okay, so if we're going to get rid of Aurora, it says to me that they also agree that this is going to be a Diana jungle. Obviously, I've been working under the assumption that this is going to be in this role, but we've seen a lot of different mid laners, especially ones that are going to have like a melee tint to their gameplay, really like this champion. And against some of the mages, she is incredibly broken. Here is a Zac. Now, I wonder, and I would hate for the TOs of this tournament to have to get in the way of this, but there are a lot of bugs included in this newest patch of League of Legends, and one of them includes the fact that you can cast Zac's other abilities mid-air, and that is true of a lot of other champions as well. So you can do an elastic slingshot and use his Q and do all these other things, so I'm worried. We'll see if that ends up happening in the game. I guess we'll have to focus a little bit more on that and pray to God it doesn't come through.
If it does, it does. You know, listen, we let them work it out on their own because we see Aquamarine undeterred. They still lock in their wombo combo, like you mentioned. Not specifically wombo. It is much more just team fight oriented with that Sion, with that Swain. Very much saying, hey, if you send the Diana, if you send that Zac, you are going to be in a little bit of trouble. Nice range on the back end for the Chargers, though, as they lock in the ultimate mana scaler. That Rise as R5.
Wow, this is rather strange composition from the Chargers. I feel in
Oh,
both
Zach
parts.
support.
Oh, it's Zach support. Zach support in a Braum is really based. I think it has a lot of value. It's a way to kind of get around the fact that Braum can be a champion that I think in lane can be very flexible in what he can do. But I don't know here, Orbo. I feel like they simultaneously don't do any damage, and they also don't have a ton of frontline, right? Like this feels very strange.
I do feel they are banking a little bit on that York. The York, to me, and maybe I'm a little bit biased, I will always bring this in whenever I get the chance. York can be a monster split pusher at the end of the day. Now, you are facing off against the premier in split push, or at least premier in the tank role of that Scion right now, but if you want to bank on map rotations and everything, the Rise can do a lot of work. You have that Diana as a little bit of a punch through the early to mid if you get rolling. Obviously, Diana's not the perfect early game champion, but it really does scream to me that you're looking at the York, you're looking at that Rise to scale into late game, and you're praying just never meet Aquamarine. But that is a very hard condition to pull off at the very end of the day.
For sure, and another thing to kind of consider is that you're allowed to split push if you're winning. You very rarely get the opportunity of being able to like go on side lanes and take a turret when the rest of your team is contesting around a dragon, and suddenly now you're looking down the soul of a potential dragon soul, right? Like that is very dangerous. Potentially, even if you can't get any of the early grubs, I imagine it's going to be incredibly difficult for this team. And as we get into this game, things to consider. Yes, we talked about some of the ultimate scaling later into the game of a champion like Rise and this Yorick, but Scion on the opposite side is going to get insane amount of tank value. Like he's getting full HP stacks off of all of the ghouls that York puts down. So that just means who on this team's actually dealing damage to the front line. And now that you're looking down at a Amumu, a Swain's also going to be very tanky. And Misfortune just isn't a champion in my mind that can push that envelope.
I actually 100% agree now that I look even deeper into it. And for me, it's, for the Chargers, I guess, we're looking at them saying, all right, this is your final season, your final match for a lot of your players. Hey, if you want to go out on comfort, go out on comfort. Just recognize that the comp might have some struggles working uphill. At the current moment, though, we did see a little bit of cheekiness on both sides of the map. Both Aquamarine as well as the Chargers actively looking for early fights. A deeper invade from the side of Aquamarine into the top side gets a deep ward. Bot side, a little bit of a ward in that lane rush just to identify if someone's going to get a little bit cheeky with the early game.
Okay, I want to look at some of the runes here. Both mid laners opting for Conqueror I think is interesting. We've seen a lot of phase rush, but I think recognizing from Preem that this is going to be a game that requires you to kind of plant your feet, get down multiple rotations. Fights are probably not going to end very shortly. Also, is a first strike Misfortune. This kind of rolls into that thing that we were talking about of for UAH, for the Chargers, they need to be winning and they need to be kind of snowballing their advantage to allow for the space of their side laners.
Right now, at least getting a nice hit on that first strike, of course. A little bit of a double up. Avocado eats that one. In the middle of the lane, though, you can see that push in, as I do believe that is a little bit of a streamer moment there. We gotta love it. Big Fat Turkey, though, at the current moment, sitting underneath their tower, half health. No big deal for a Scion.
Ooh. And by going Conqueror on Yorick, it does change the flavor of the matchup. You're not trying to get through some of the early healing that you get from Grasp. You know that you're probably not going to be in an area where you want to try to scale in the lane versus him, so let's just get some free adaptive force and just call it a day from there. So right now we do have both junglers pathing towards opposite sides of the map. We did see Dockinator go for 3 camps and then a single reset for an Amp Tome. Quite interesting of a buy. I think when you are playing against Diana, a lot of the times you want to disrupt her in the early game because she's a champion that gets really accelerated in her jungle clear. And the buffs that we saw from her a while ago about dealing more damage to monster camps does actually make her a very formidable jungle champion.
It reminds me of course, the Xin Zhao, when we saw Xin Zhao just like, hey, I can clear buffs immediately thanks to some of these buffs coming in here. And already actually prepped, as you said, almost a full camp up over Dockinator right now. Bot side, though, we're still seeing a couple swings of some chips, showing that they know how to use that Braum shield to a very comfortable degree. But with the meeting of the minds of Revan here on the bot side, Blamp and Zepax might be looking to set up if possible.
Okay. There's just not like a ton of like the only way we find an engage on bottom lane if you are the Chargers is Zach's stretching strike, and there we go. That's about it.
Yep. Well, the fight might actually be on the top side as Big Fat Turkey has to run away, but there's the flash follow. Tilted top laner ain't so tilted so far. First blood to the York.
Thankfully for the Turkey, the wave is coming back to him. He doesn't have to cry all that much. Amumu is also on their side of the map. You can see that Revan coming out of base already. A faded Ashes completed. Maybe a look in mid lane here.
I like it. Prem trying to dance as best he can. Sidestep most of the damage from Glacials. Still, you can't dodge a bandage shot, so you don't have to burn flash. Nice one.
Cool. Very free. If one of those CC had landed first, that's probably just the flash coming out from the Rise. Unfortunately for the Eagles, not much happening outside of that, so he's just going to go back into his camps. And we're going to have Dragon spawning in 20. We're also going to be having Grubs on the top side spawn in a few minutes. So things that I want our audience at home to be thinking about is where can we rotate our bottom lane, especially with a Zac support. There are so many unique angles you can take when it comes to attacking a lane. I'm really interested to see how they kind of come at this problem and eventually make use of it.
If they do, right now it's a little chase back, but our eyes are peeled towards the mid lane. Prem decide to step on up. Glacials does have flash, but he doesn't have the power behind it, so Prem is able to get away scot-free. Current moment as everyone takes some of their first recalls, at least in the mid lane.
Alright. Junglers are coming back through. It's a really sneaky ward, catching out some Dockinator. I wonder if Zac is going to try to cancel. No, just going to try and hold the lane. It doesn't seem like that's doing much, though. We said we were maybe holding this lane. Prem almost solo killed in this mid lane. Just get your recall in. Now you missed this whole wave. You're going to have to teleport anyway. Like, we should have just taken our recall and just cut our losses.
The sunk cost fallacy, my favorite fallacy of League of Legends, everyone. That is also, of course, an opportunity for the Chargers to look at a dragon. Maybe not so comfortably, but the fact that Dockinator is on the top side of the map said hello. This is going to be a nice hex deck to pick up a little extra ability haste and attack speed, and the dragon stacking begins. Chargers first on the macro global objective.
Okay, they get the dragon. Blamp, you really need a recall, guys. We are not staying for another wave. Look at the difference in itemization right now. Also, what just happened to Glacials? He TP's in. Maybe he was typing. There's no flash from our Swain anymore. That seems like a mistake. Thankfully, he's playing Swain, so he'll have HP, but we need to get recalls in, guys. Like, my support's already gone back to base. Miss Fortune's going to get trapped here. The only silver lining for them is that the Eagles aren't really kind of pushing the envelope. I say that.
Well, it's actually Aquamarine that are saying so. They shine pretty dang bright as Dockinator takes down Prem.
There we go. So the Chargers do get punished. That's a kill going over. It is on to the Mumu, which can be decent. There's not an amazing tank. That's the problem with Zac in my mind, is that when you are playing support, you're not going to get a ton of gold. You're going to get very little experience a lot of the time. So Zac's going to really be kind of floating in the range of being level 8 to around level 11 if we're really being pretty generous. So has to be very, very precise as to when they find their mark. We actually haven't got very much action between these two teams early.
Yeah, I mean, we've had some ganks, we've had some notice. I mean, Dockinator's actually been very, very aggressive, which I really, really like. I will always say I love seeing Amumu's get aggressive early. It's not all about the ultimate, even though it really is about the ultimate. You got an advantage there, but for Revan, you're looking to now do what the Amumu could not, which is invade and get a little bit rude with it, but finding an empty jungle might not be what you want, so you'll just wait in the side rush.
It's just trying to stay out of vision right now. They know that ward that Prem is walking over is there. I think that Zepak showing there is a small mistake. They now know that we're putting multiple members towards this grub spawn. Zac is in the area, but we have a level 6. They don't.
Oh, in a rotational value, Revan was waiting for the rest of the team, and Dockinator shuts that right down.
And now look at the rotations, right? Like, tilted top laners here. He's playing Yorick, no TP. No one's matching this Scion right now, and he can still join with the Unstoppable Onslaught. Miss Fortune seems like she's lost out on the map. We need to bring our Lucian back over here. We're still fighting for this.
And they're going to look for it. Zach goes ahead and slingshots in. Kirsten's had Mummy able to grab 2, but is it going to be enough? Glacial's into that Ascendant state. Pops, but it's not going to be enough to get the Weasel. Blam flashing away to try and stay safe, but that damage ain't shredding enough as the rest of Aquamarine collapse on in on the Chargers, as that will be a double for Glacials and a grand total of 4 for 2.
Wow, and they get 3 grubs there. I mean, think about all of the different things that are going on in this fight. You get an amazing ultimate onto 2 members. Also, the MR shred that comes in from Amumu. He's giving all of this additional value to Glacials on this Swain, who just locks up 4 members. They can't really walk in. An amazing never move that stops the bullet time. And from there, it just feels like the fight is over-forced from UAH. So they not only, like you said, go 4 for 2 in the trade, they'll lose out on some gold on the rest of the map, and just in general lose massively on the play.
It hurts to see. And the fact that it was a technical, unofficial ace because Revan died earlier, that's a lot of gold swinging on in. And it already starts to, I want to say, spotlight the team fight aspect out of Aquamarine that they have drafted for this game number 1. Massive amount of gold into Glacials, who is now going to recall on 2.3k. This is going to be a brutal rest of laning phase if the Chargers are going to try and turn anything around.
Is this going to be a Malignance? No, it's okay. Black Fire Torch. Okay. It means Swain's not going to be as tanky, you know? Yeah, we're not seeing Rod of Ages. They nerfed the AP on that item, rightfully so. But we're not going to be seeing a super tanky Swain. Instead, just trying to get rid of their opponents. They know that there's not going to be very many tanks. Revan's going for an invade. A single ward finally kind of lets both sides of the play know that, okay, probably just going to be walking away from this one for now. Do you have a Rise ultimate that can kind of bring them under turret if they want to? But I think that Aquamarine are totally fine with the game taking place at a little bit of a slower pace.
Yeah, I mean, you have the Amumu, you have this Swain, you also have a scaling Scion. You are more than comfortable, I think, playing into that late game. Main thing is you don't want to give too many advantages over to the Chargers here in the early game. And with that influence from Dockinator down to the bot side, considering the heavy warding, I think it would be nice to see Aquamarine say, hey, we know you're warding bot side, we know you're going to be looking at that dragon, let's see if we can stop you.
It's up in 10 seconds. Look at... Oh my god,
oh,
cancels
that's
it twice.
Rude. Oh, and he blocks the unstoppable onslaught as well. You just got 3 for 1 right there. You stopped the recall, you got the ult, and you got the flash. Tilted top laner, putting the tilt on the other side.
Now it's going to be a 4-on-4 confirmed for this fight around the dragon. Rise has to get a TP back into this play. And this is a very late Rod of Ages if this is completed now. So he's going to teleport into the bottom side. Swain going to connect. This is a really weird spot for UAH as the Chargers. They want to be going in all as in a assigned front as one, but they don't have very much control. They're going to start this now. They have vision of where the Amumu is. Oh, Avocado's way too far up.
I love that robo, though. You called it before. It wasn't a pure tower dive, though. It's just a fight. And now you got a free TP coming in as well. Big Fat Turkey drops that drops the TP and says, please give me something. Instead, they have to run away from the battle. Well played by the Chargers to force and get that kill.
There we go. That's that flexibility. Not just the Zac, but also the Rise. And they even shifted Tilted top laner. Instead of TPing to that play, he'll go into the mid lane and grab them some turret plates while this is still up. Very important for their game strategy. We know that we were kind of sad about how that Grubs fight went, but if you want to have these really important side laners who are going to get damage down, you need to be getting these Drakes. These first 2 Drakes are going to do a lot for giving this team a little bit of breathing room as we crest slowly and slowly towards more game time here.
Well, not just that, I also want to give credit to something that I did not acknowledge because I just didn't recognize it off our screen, or either that or on screen. I just didn't see it. Tilted top laner, I believe, got another kill, and that was actually on Glacials, the one that we saw get a majority share of gold earlier. We're still seeing Tilted top laner, almost the shining beacon for the Chargers, scale up harder and harder, 2-1-1 right now.
It's got to feel good. You're playing potentially some of your last games here in NECC for him, his jungler, and his support. And for the Chargers as well, whether or not they can kind of promote in divisions would be very nice here in the Grand Finals. Now, as we kind of watch them move themselves around the map, it's very important for the Chargers to maintain control in mid lane, because not only is it so that Miss Fortune can kind of have a good time and she's going to have that movement speed always available to her, but having this control allows for champions like Zac and Rise to move more freely around the map and take control of vision. That's probably going to be the most important part alongside getting priority.
Also get a lot of extra gold, but they're going to try and shut this down. Aquamarine recognizing the exact same thing. Blant watches the flash from Glacials and flashes out to safety. I mean, Aquamarine's starting to read a little bit of your mind there, all saying, hey, we know the Misfortune needs to stay in mid, so we're going to try and shut that down.
I'll take it, because look at the timers in this game right now. We're about to crest 14 minutes. We're going to have Herald spawn in a minute. We're going to have Dragon spawn in 3, and that would be soul point, or getting up to that soul point in contention for UAH. Now the Misfortune's not going to have Flash. How is she going to avoid an Amumu engage? Something like that with a Curse of the Sad Mummy time. So I'm looking forward to whether or not we can actually get Eagles Aquamarine to get into a good team fight, because outside of the Grubs, again, we've gone back to this slower style of game, not a ton of action, and again, I personally really feel strongly that for the Embry Riddle guys, that they feel very comfortable if we're going to go later.
I wonder if that's just this game or if that's a style that they have honed over time. Time will only tell. Of course, the Some Chips joining in on the bot side. Quick recall from Dockinator inside the alcove. And you can see a lot of those pings going down as well from Prem saying, guys, I see two. Let's try and get something on the other side of the map, which is going to be a blue buff for the side of the Chargers.
Good respect coming in from Prem. Just knows, hey, I don't have to step up for this wave. Even if it is a Lucian, I don't actually have to step up for this. And because of that investment, now we get to see the Chargers just straight up take a pretty free objective here with the Rift Herald going their way. They also got the blue buff, so small things starting to kind of pile up in the favor of University of Alabama and Huntsville.
I mean, they are a squad that, as you said, are kind of standing in the way of Eagles Aquamarine, just sitting there going, guys, like, we're doing great. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, they might have gotten one feat, which sadly the feats are going away next season, so we'll see it for one of the last few times. In goes the Herald, though, as the feat of strength will knock down the feat of first tower. It is going to be UAH collecting that one for themselves.
Second charge, not all that big of a deal, but definitely giving a lot more breathing room to this team. All tier 1s are up. Got the first 2 dragons. The next one's going to be spawning in a minute and a half, and that kind of feels like this is going to be the objective that really makes or breaks the game, because from then on out, if we see the Chargers pick up this dragon, then it becomes a situation for Eagles Aquamarine. Now we have to contest every 5 minutes. Are we going to be on timers for this? Are we going to have the ability to actually deal with this team? And we haven't actually really gotten too many answers, I think, from them about how the side lanes are looking. I know there was a point of contention for what we were talking about from draft. We'll have to see how this continues to evolve. They're moving the Scion preemptively.
Not only that, they're bringing the fight in. Bullet time across 3. Is it going to be enough? The burst is good, and Dockinator has to burn the Curse of Sad Mummy in one of the sadder ways available. Flash play by Avocado, but the damage has been done as the Chargers take a clean 3 for 0.
Wow. Incredible stuff coming in from the Zac. I mean, Zipax just makes it happen. We go right into 3 members. There's no ability to set up. Remember, we talked about whether or not that this Swain was going to be tanky enough with the build that he's opted for. And now they get the dragon if they want it. Seems like instead they'll just move into mid-wave. They'll go straight to the objective afterward. This is a huge win for them and finally puts them at a gold advantage in this game.
Well, it might be a little bit more. However, for Eagles Aquamarine, they're looking to try and break the status quo. TP onto the bot side, but a quick jump over the wall as Z-Pack is here, saying, hey guys, I'm ready to play if we need to. But the rotation, as you said, from the Chargers, sealing the deal for this dragon. Eyes down all 5 here, as well as the maiden to play.
This is really dangerous. UAH have no buttons to play with. Similarly said for their opponents, but I think their kits just in general, like, if you look at everything sans the ultimate, probably be still very comfortable with you playing on the Eagles Aquamarine. So maybe a little bit of an overinvestment from myself. I thought, hey, that would have been a dragon. They don't end up actually getting a ton of control on the bottom side of the map. And while they do have vision, turns into Eagles still being able to pick up the dragon here.
Yeah, I think it's a good stop. Now, of course, it could have been Chargers saying, look, we might have had a 70% chance of taking that dragon, but we want the 80. We want to make sure we get it controlled, and it's a mountain. It's not the most direct buff-inducing dragon out there. It will be a problem if it scales up. 4 on a single team is a pain, but it's an okay one to give over, so they do go ahead and take a look at the rest of the map. Back to the split push top side as we're 18.5 minutes in. Back to the rise on the bot side, but the Misfortune in tow with the Zac looking to roam in enemy territory.
I think this needs to be the timer where Rise kind of drops this bottom lane turret. Maybe they look to move him into mid and allow for Zac and Misfortune to go for a top lane fight. Problem is you're going into Sion, right? You look at Sion right now, he's getting 800 HP from his Soul Furnace, and that's only going to get worse as this game goes on.
Which is why you actually like that Yorick is getting a lot of it. The Maiden doing percent health, HP damage in conjunction with the Yorick says, hey, a lot of stacks don't matter. I'll chew through you like hot butter. Easy work, as Big Fat Turkey is like, dude, I already got to go back to base. Dockinator in some chips off on the wings, but Revan is there to help out if need be.
I think we have enough time. We can kind of address this now. Are you chewing through hot butter? I don't know if that's the metaphor I would want to use. If you want to, you can... You should explain yourself, because I'm not the one who said this.
I absolutely will not. I'm taking that to my grave. I will chew my hot butter as I wish.
Nice. That's like people who chew ice cream. Okay.
Oh, that's easy. Okay, listen. Don't compare me to those types of people. I'm sorry.
You said it, not me. I just want to put that out there. But
you're not wrong.
We do have not too many objectives, but again, I want to see them push the envelope on this one. If you are Eagles Aquamarine, you just lost the last kind of big team fight. You eventually still end up getting the objective, but if you are going to fall behind, if you are going to go for this kind of more damage-oriented Swain build, similarly, you're not done on your second item here for Avocado, I think you really are looking at maybe this Otacon or the Dragon in 2.5 to kind of spell and put your stamp on this game. Otherwise, you kind of see right now that UAH are having a perfectly okay time just catching side lanes and continuing to exert that pressure that they know that the Eagles can't match.
I like that call. Of course, a meeting of the minds as this is Zepak and Revan jumping on in. In goes that Moonfall, grabbing 2, but the Glacials are back. Brings it to a weird little fight as Revan is able to get 1. They turn on Glacials, who is completely alone. Right now, flash over the wall, but it's laid on the knockup. Avocado trying to jump on in as well, but the Chargers have done enough damage already. They pick apart the Wombo and leave the combo alone, as that's a Quadra for Revan again, and an ace for the Chargers squad.
Massive fight, and a small mistake from Glacials completely blows the fight in favor of the Chargers there. They go for a flash, never move, and they just barely miss out onto Blamp. That crowd control would have been pivotal to them stopping the bullet time. Ends up not coming on through. Yorick gets a mid lane turret. They're going to potentially grab a top lane tier 1 as well. The Otacon is there, and a massive fight there going over in the favor of the Chargers.
That is everything you could have wished for a squad that we said earlier. Their damage profile feels weak. How do they bounce away from that? You get gold into the one in the jungle. Revan looking at a 4-1-4 as we get a zoom in on the few caster minions that go down to Glacials. I mean, that was a huge injection of gold into a very scary carry at the end of the day.
It's also just experience, right? Like you're going to get a lot of experience usually from the Otacon. There's been not too many fights, so 32 petals, not bad. 30 is the threshold where you actually start to get a little bit more from the Otacon buff. And now they're going to be kind of trailing this into a great dragon fight in 35 seconds. No flash on Glacials. You will not have that summoner spell available for your 80 carry, but time and time again, it seems like that is not an issue.
Tilted top laner taking his 1v1, massive healing to come on out, and poor Glacials, you talked about the build. It's not tanky, it's damage, and the damage ain't there yet. Tilted top laner showing up, matching the score of Revan. However, Tilted's done it on his own.
And he's level 15, right? Level 16 is going to hopefully be on the way soon. He's going to continue to push on this top side. This means this dragon is free going over to the Chargers. The Royal Blue and White continue to dominate here in this game. Now they're going to get so much gold. This feels like that last fight around the top side basically broke the game, and that might be the last time we kind of see any real headway being made by Eagles Aquamarine here in game number 1 of the Grand Finals.
course, for Eagles Marine, you said it earlier, they are somewhat comfortable playing into the late game, but maybe not after watching what could be Soul Point put against them. What they're seeing as a lot of the game handed over in the other direction. I mean, yeah, you'll scale with items, but if you don't have the bus, it's a whole different problem. As for Glacier's like, dude, I at least want my life. Zepak landing on a melee minion instead. The stretchy arm's not gonna hit exactly what you want, but it was an attempt at the end of the day.
And look, now he's already back in mid lane. Like, they've got 3 people. We need to see Aquamarine walk as 5. All of these fights, the top lane fight around the Grubs, the top lane fight just recently only really worked when there was more members of Aquamarine together. If they're going to be separated, that gets rid of the combo that is available to them. That gets rid of Dockinator and Glacials really being able to work together as this MR, like this magic resist shredding duo. And you kind of cut the legs beneath you before you're even able to really run here. 6,000 gold deficit in favor of the Chargers. And they're going to continue to scale up in this game. I mean, now we have a 2-item rise. We've talked about Tilted Top Laner here in this game. And if you can't really team fight, we know we're losing side lanes. And that is just kind of like now we're losing on both fronts here.
And not just that, you also have to keep in the back of your mind that if Prem, Revan, and Tilted don't have full amount of power, well, you can always kind of buff that over. Blamp is going for a much more utility build out here, and immediate grievous wounds in as a second item, saying, look, I might not be the carry, I can at least apply a lot of these grievous wounds, make sure Glacials isn't able to heal up, make sure Big Fat Turkey isn't getting the massive heal procs from Grassing and dying in the despair as well. These are huge item buys. Tilted Top Laner, though, might be having a little bit of fun with the meatball in that bot side, and taking a few bites, it's a little bit too tough to chew.
Man, they're in such a tough spot now. For UAH, this is such a massive win for them here in this game one. I mean, we talked about some unique champions. I think the fact that Glacial's pulled out a Swain is really interesting, but you know, those niche picks, if you can't really find a win, don't give you as much value. This is dangerous, Dockinator. I think it's very, very tough to walk into this part of the fight.
Well, what's more dangerous? Is it the jungle or is it the mid lane? Tilted Top Laner saying it's the mid lane. Draws a TP coming out of this poor Big Fat Turkey flash in from Glacials, though, with the team behind saying, dude, I can fight this, or maybe I can't. The Wailing Walls deny most advances in Tilted Top Laner. Able to force that fight and allow a second in the mid. What a bullet time catching on the edge, thanks to that grab from Revan. And it will be one. Big Fat Turkey trying to get some sort of rebuttal, but yet again, it's the Chargers pulling the Aquamarine Eagles apart.
Tilted Top Laner, man, he is just generating so much pressure. That fight alone, being able to pull the flash out from Glacials, his ultimate as well, they can't even fight more in that exchange, and it now turns into a Baron here for the Chargers. Charger Blue continues to steamroll their opponents and show why, despite coming second in East B Conference, they were the ones that ended up giving the Eagles their only loss in the regular season.
I mean, it's been an amazing front from the Chargers squad. They even did that on a ward, by the way. They saw it pop. Normally, that would be a little bit worrisome, but they're like, dude, we just took out Dockinator. What do we have to be worried about? We go ahead and get the Baron Empowered Minions, the little snow cannon, walking forward, unfortunately chomped up by that smashing Big Fat Turkey, and they will sing their way to a respawn eventually. Do you think all minions respawn, or is it just a constant duplication at the end of the
I
day?
think it's duplication. I like these guys go to the void, and then the Nexus just merely like repeats them.
Oh yeah.
So
that just a little bit feels bad. We'll see if Dockinator replicates or respawns, because Zepak is on a rampage. Just like, dude, anyone gets in range, I'm slingshotting on him.
the real question is whether or not their memories are duplicated as well. Do they get to experience going back out onto the rift and constantly like going at it again? Because there are some minions that have become historic. We talk about a lot of minion backdoors and things like that. We have minions who have gotten in the way of very important skill shots. Do they remember that as well? Is their memory eternal, or is it going to just be an ephemeral being? Are they just here for the one game and then everything's wiped clean? Uh-oh.
That sounds like a Mickey 17 situation, but this looks like the wombo combo that Eagles Aquamarine were hoping for. And it's a two-piece combo at that, right and left brings it to a head as 4 are gone, and the Chargers look to do even more in the enemy base.
30 seconds left. They have a top wave that they can play for, and they still have Baron. Misfortune is going to escort this mid lane wave. Depending on how fast they are with this could just be game number 1 going over to Alabama and Huntsville.
After a slow start, the utility and the comfort of the champion selected shine ever so bright. It's an ace to finish it off as the Chargers take step 1 of 3 here in the grand finals of Div 3.
Hey, we said that maybe for Alabama that this was going to be a draft that didn't have as much damage, but we look at it from Eagles Aquamarine. I think some of the issues that we saw in that game, one, coordination-wise, I think this team looked a little bit off in this first game. We had a lot of situations or 2 individual moments here where I think Dockinator got caught out with some chips, and then that kind of led into a snowball around an objective. And again, we didn't get too much of kind of what this Swain was supposed to be. It's great in the laning phase versus Rise, but if we are not able to kind of get that good team fight that we want to see, then nothing kind of, the lane doesn't matter, right? Like, win lane, lose game is very, very frequent.
It's a rough point to make, and especially for a composition that we talked about needed to group up. You mentioned it towards that mid-game. We never got to see Eagles Aquamarine really group up as 5. We never really got to see them hold it together. So looking into game number 2, I do want to posit to you, Eagles Aquamarine. I'm going to get that name wrong so many times. I feel so bad. What do we need to see them do? Is it the champion specifically, or is it just what happened on the Rift?
So when we are playing in Division 3, and I think especially for collegiate, you do always have to work within the confines of what your players are able to give you. These are players that are still students at the end of the day, so how much they're able to practice is at a limited capacity. But if we are going to be going at it, I think you really need to be focused on compositions that are going to be strong around team fighting and continue to go at that. I think trying to practice side laning, if it's not something you're super comfortable in, if your side laners can't do that, team fighting is always going to be a part of League of Legends, and it's something that I think is going to be super necessary here in this best of 5.
All right, we'll see if they can pull it off and sit in their comfort zone, much like the Chargers did with the freaking Zac support, man. Let's roll that out in my next solo queue. I actually won't be doing that. We'll go to a very short break, and when we come back, it'll be game number 2 of this series. Don't go anywhere.
Nothing cuts quite like a memory, especially one that you're trying to forget. But I can't find the energy to rewind and reset. bravery. 'Cause I know I fear the end. One day we'll see a victory. Carry on until the sun will shine. To break me down. How does it feel? How does it feel to knock me around? We'll make a sound. We'll make a sound. Until I hit the ground. We'll make a sound. So don't shoot me down. We're just getting off the ground. I hope you're better I've been in the good times already. You can see it on my face. I know. No more racing. We got it. We can reach it. Yeah, we got it. And you know I'm feeling good like that. So what you gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you. But what you gonna do? And you know I'm feeling good like that. So what you gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? like I am. Well, I know you know that like it's colder, colder when I'm older, older than I am. And I know you know that I have lost composure, but I'll hold you closer while I can. I never told you that I'm slightly broken, that I might lose focus when I am. I know you know that life gets colder, colder when you're frozen over like I am.
Going into game number 2, you never would imagine that the Chargers are coming into this as the 4th seed here in this playoffs run, because my gosh, that was a very handed win over Eagles Aquamarine, who just never seemed to really find liftoff with their composition in game number 1.
It was a single one grubs fight, and then everything afterwards was a little muddied from there on out. We had a couple of moments in that game where it was just the Chargers catching individual members out from the Eagles, and then they never really got into a very clean, good setup for their composition. So hopefully as we get into game number 2 here, then kind of bounce back, explore what other champions, because this will be their first best of 5 full fearless here in the winter season of NECC. It's the only one that they'll see throughout this season, and there is a lot of champions that are going to be gone here as we get further on.
Yeah, 10 so far here. For one side, it's a little bit of the unique factors. I haven't seen a Diana jungle in quite some time. However, with some of the new items and the new season coming up, probably going to see a whole lot more. The Zac support will also be gone, and to me, that was another question in my mind. Zepek had an interesting first champion. If this continues, it means, like, much to what you're talking about, these collegiate players learn how to adapt to play in a situation like this. Right now, though, the bans are pretty much the same so far. Same bans by the same teams.
Okay. There we go. There's the Lilia, the Xin. I find it remarkably interesting that they have decided to, after losing in game number 1, that they have immediately gone towards blue side here. For the Eagles, it is maybe what lane are they looking to get counter? Are they looking to just kind of neutralize more of Tilted Turkey's champion pool as we get further on? Or is this going to be something where they're going to maybe use the flexibility or the self-ascribed flexibility of a player like Glacials to get something going in the solo lane?
Yeah, I mean, Big Fat Turkey definitely was on a little bit of the weaker side of that moment. So far, though, still the same on either end. Tristana down the absolute letter, by the way. Nothing changed. And, of course, many people have some thoughts about Fearless, but there is going to be that shift. Instead of the Jinx, it is a Sylas band out, which does bring to mind that Eagles Aquamarine might be looking for some high-powered ultimate champions to rock out here.
Okay, again, Tristana. This time it is a Sylas instead. So
Yep.
what else are we looking for? They let go the Jinx. That ends up going over to the Chargers. So you already have set up a very kind of telltale kind of draft in my mind. You know that you're going to want
Yep.
high explosive damage. I like the Jarvan as a response. Are we going to go more into that field?
I mean, for me, yes. Anytime I see a Sylas ban, I always think Alistar. That is the first champion that always springs to my mind of, I don't want to deal with the Sylas here. And it's also lending to it because it's not just the Alistar, it's a pure wombo combo. This is even a larger extent that Eagles Aquamarine had in game number 1, still playing with that tried and true combo. And so the Chargers do the exact same. They say, hey, look, if you're going to go for the wombo and combo, we'll try and grab a piece of that back as well. A Malphite that was banned out in game number 1, now brought in the first round of picks for the Chargers.
We are blinding Malphite. You know how much like either ego or trust in your team you have to say, yeah, we're blinding Malphite. And now for a Janna as well, a lot of good ways to stop a Jarvan. A lot of ways that I think this could also go very wrong if we get the right champions coming on through. I love a Blitzcrank here. Does mean that Jarvan and Blitzcrank are going to be working at odds, but Orianna doesn't care. She's like, cool.
No.
This is good setup for me. This allows for me to play with, there are things that are going to be grabbing the attention of the opponents that isn't necessarily focusing on where my shockwaves are going to be landing.
Yeah, how much of season 3 is what I'm looking at Chargers, honestly. I saw the Jinx and the Malphite and the Janna locked in. I'm
Champions
just like,
are
it's all
old,
just,
man.
Yeah, these are just old all the way through. However, it's a fairly new one as the Kled is targeted on the top side, which is a little bit surprising. So identification saying Malphite could try and rock out in that jungle. It might be a little bit of a unique pickup for Revan if you do want to run that. Still, though, high priority up to that top side still. So they are assuming that Malphite is either jungle mid, nowhere towards the top side, maybe trying to throw Eagles Aquamarine off.
So last time we saw that it was a set, and then we got another top lane ban afterwards.
There it is.
It's an Ornn this time. Okay. So they kind of know that they don't want to play against the... It kind of also hints to us that maybe Set is a champion in general that we should be afraid of for Eagles Aquamarine.
Yep.
Now, on the opposite side, what AD carries are they going to be looking for? It's going to be the Kai'Sa, so you're going to lose lane priority a lot of the times.
Wow.
I also think the damage isn't going to be all quite there. Janna is really dangerous, especially with the shields that she's able to provide. So this is a full dive composition coming in from Eagles Aquamarine, and again, it relies on them being able to have strong team fighting. So let's see how they can kind of pivot through this game, and we still have yet to see what the top lane is going to be. Are we doing like some Malphite jungle shenanigans? I think so.
I think we are. I mean, I was looking in 3 different directions because Chargers are actually answering the team fight, the headstrong team fight, with more team fight. I honestly thought with the Janna, we'd see a little bit more of a net. Hey, play safe, try and keep the Jinx alive. That's what we normally see when it comes to this. But no, they went more all in. They drafted the Galio and that Camille in there saying, if you're going to dive us, we're going to dive you first and take you out, pick you apart. The Gnar at the very end to complete that combination at the very end as a counter, a very nice one in my opinion, into that Malphite. Either way, these are 2 rocks rolling on opposite sides of the hill that are going to meet in the valley one way or another as we go to game 2.
All right. So, Orbital, here is the thing. We come into this game, there's going to be another level 1 attempt. It seems like it's not going to be going too much out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is press the attack Malphite. Oh, yeah. Oh, we're gaming now. Oh, yeah. Okay.
No.
So,
no, I saw that too.
One worry I might have is that the Chargers, again, a damage problem, potentially. Camille, very good into the Gnar matchup. You have Galio, who can kind of out-tank a lot of what Oriana's ability to deal anything in this game. But what I want to see from Eagles Aquamarine is the same kind of lessons that we saw and kind of wanted to see from them in game number 1. I need to see them at objectives first. You really want Oriana to get herself entrenched and set up. You're always going to be able to kind of walk in blind because you have a Blitzcrank, but I really need to see them walk as 5 and play good, strong team fights, because they're going to have a really tough time in the laning phase. Yet again, these matchups are very much in favor, one way or another, going towards Alabama and Huntsville.
Yeah, I mean, not only that, the fact that you called out team fights and having to play as a squad, I think doubles up in that regard, mainly because you see so many big ticket ultimates that either have to be checked or unchecked if you want to fight. My eyes are looking at that Monsoon for Avocado. If that Monsoon goes down, great, maybe I could try and dive on in with the Killer Instinct. You're watching for that unstoppable force. You're looking on the opposite side for the Gnar. You're looking for that Shockwave. There are so many big ticket items that you have to keep eyes on come this mid to late game that if they aren't keeping track, it's going to be very dangerous. Blamp, though, gets tugged right in the middle of a wave and goes, dude, not cool. I'm going to give you back some rockets and a lot of damage as Avocado just above 100 HP.
This matchup is, like, insanely difficult. Kaisa, one of the weaknesses of this champion is that she can never clear a minion wave against a ton of 80 carries. Jinx rockets plus her range. You're playing into double range bottom lane. This is incredibly tough for this bottom lane to match. We'll see also, I really think that this game, and we've seen already in game number 1, the solo lanes have a huge impact. This could be a series that is very much defined by those matchups, and Turkey's got to be careful.
Oh my gosh, tilted, forcing an early flash, and doesn't get the actual flash catch with the hook shot, but my god, that was enough. Sidestepped everything from Big Fat Turkey.
Yeah, that's dangerous. If we really could, I want to see what the top lane wave matchup looks like right now. He's going to TP immediately back into the minion wave here. If the wave is pushing into him, that's great. If the wave is pushing away from him, that's where it gets a little bit worrisome in my mind, because Big Fat Turkey's going to have to push this lane. Yeah, it looks like that minion wave is stacking, so as long as Camille can get the reset and teleport back in, this is a very dangerous spot here, because he also doesn't know where the enemy jungle is right now.
Oh, well, the enemy jungle's actually looking in a different direction as Prem looks for the first one, tries to flash, but Glacial's able to stay alive. Rez coming in, though, Shard to try and slow them down. Shield out from Glacial's means it's actually first blood over to Dockinator. Exchanges a minuscule HP. As it looks like Eagles Aquamarine will
red
stay
buff, red
alive
buff.
at the little last bit. A shield on shield on shield. Make sure there are no kill responses from UAH.
Sub 10 HP there. Our observer showing the HP bar there for Jarvan at the very last moment. Turns into a single scuttle going over to the Malphite. Very good. Malphite did get some buffs to try to get him to jungle a little bit more, and definitely helpful there. Blamp does need to be careful, trying to dodge out on a single hook from Chips. But not getting that kill into Oriana sucks for now, but I think in general still not bad. You got a lot of good summoner spells out. The flash in particular no longer there for Glacials, and that just means that in a minute's time, in a minute and a half, when Revan is closer to level 6, you can start to really put some pressure on this lane.
That's terrifying to think about. Also, what is the build for an on-hit Malphite?
It's not really on-hit. This is just for him to be able to duel early on. It's fake.
Alright, you know what? That's fair. That's fair. Tilted top laner also says, hey, top lane is not a true 1v1. That's fake as well, as Dockinator is getting much more involved in this game, visiting the top side and getting a second kill.
Feels good. So we're making good headway. This is going to be a pretty massive wave missed out by Tilted top laner. Camille definitely a champion. Also, I want to say, Doran's shield on this patch is very broken. Like, there is no reason for this thing to be giving 110 HP, and the regen that you get, if you're in a even slightly bad matchup, just take it. Like, this item is just not okay. But I think the kill there is fine. Dockinator having 2 kills on this Jarvan is good. Also starts to accelerate him as we get closer to those really impactful ultimates. Dragon is up, but I can't imagine I see a world where Eagles Aquamarine without a big find are not going to be able to start this objective.
little bit of a mess inside of that minion wave as well in the mid lane. I was watching the mini map, and I'm pretty sure Prem was literally underneath the tower as they walk away with just barely their life. Looks like it was a slight exchange of HP. Either way, though, everyone's starting to get antsy. As you mentioned, the ultimate's coming up in time. Not only that, Dragon is now available. It's an Ocean, one that a lot of teams would like as their first Drake to kind of cover their laning phase.
And Prem never TP'd to the wave earlier on, so gets to save it here on the 6-minute timer. Already has the Merc Treads ready to go, so he'll grab this first mid lane wave. You're going to see where the Chargers are currently putting a lot of their assets, moving down into this bottom side. Let's continue to push. It's going to be the teleport match by some chips, as he does have this Unsealed Spellbook support matchup. But they're going to lose priority of the mid wave, or the bottom lane wave, and of the mid lane wave. I want to see Revan look for a camp. I think you just need to go towards your top side and get level 6 already.
Ooh, okay, a little bit of a catch. No level 6, though, for Revan. They're still kind of waiting, but guess who has level 5 and a level 4 Blitzcrank coming around? It'll be a shockwave into 2 and a quick knockup as HP bars are pretty much obliterated. Revan forced to fall. Prem does as well after being dragged back, and that is a clean 4 kills into the pocket of Dockinator as Eagles Aquamarine showing up big in this game too.
Maybe they were expecting that the one lone minion, the caster minion that was there, was going to give enough experience to tick over level 6. Not the case, at least for Revan there. So they lose out massively from the side of the Chargers. Dragon goes over to Eagles Aquamarine, and who cares? I guess the idea that we would need big team fights is not really going to matter early on. If we're just going to continue to get more and more kills here for this Jarvan, like you mentioned, 4-0 already, getting closer to having that Sundered Sky already here in this game, looks potentially at a 9 to 10 minute completion mark. That's a really good start for the early game here, and now 2,500 at 7 minutes is about the same that we saw in game number 1.
The question is, can they keep that type of lead as Prem is not allowing the kill difference to really get in their minds that, hey, it's only 3 assists to Glacials, but now you got to be worried about Avocado and some chips calling for that first rotation early into that mid lane, making sure to take control and giving some chips a chance to rotate around, look for those hooks and look for those often or sometimes free kills.
They're not going to even play for these grubs. It's interesting because UAH are not really a team that can play on side lanes. Camille's really the only champion that can do that. It would be a lot stronger if Eagles Aquamarine could grab that for themselves. So instead they're going to keep their bottom lane here. Let's see if we can bully out the Gnar, get some more turret plates before these fall in 6 minutes. I think if you're a tilted top laner, you do have to recognize, like, my jungler's going to the opposite side of the map. We're obviously not playing towards top side. You need to be very careful. We have no vision up here as the Camille.
You had, thankfully, a Scuttle. That was your only bit of vision. Drops a ward down on top of a pink, which poor Tilt is like, dude, now I gotta wait. I'm gonna lose that ward, gift over a little bit of gold. It sucks. But you do at least identify that Eagles Aquamarine are on this top side of the map, and Dockinator and some chips still wandering into enemy territory. Revan already cleared the top side though, so you are safe and at level 7. This Malphite having unstoppable force ready.
For the time being, this is
chance
fine.
Opportunity. Nice little slam. Good Monsoon, though, to keep yourself alive. Big fat Turkey, though, making this 1v2 look a little bit messy.
That's fine. I mean, Turkey traded a little bit of his HP bar just to make sure that the wave doesn't crash. So he's going to get a recall in. Dockinator's also on this side of the map. They know that Revan is here. They're even moving Avocado and some chips. This is a good response here from Eagles Aquamarine, protecting their top laner and being able to save the minion wave. Very important. And not going to be too much after that. I think the Chargers are finding themselves in a bit of a rut here as they aren't finding the same level of success. They do have a composition that needs at least to hit their 1 and 2 items. They have important ultimates, but we have not been able to see them use them quite yet.
And I mean, it's a heavy bank into that Jinx basket as well, which has gotten fairly no help. You were mentioning the damage profile out of this squad. They didn't get the early game, meaning they now have to bank on the scaling, and you're just looking at that Jinx like, dude, I'm hoping you're going to play late game. I'm hoping you're going to be able to get there, even though they're even in CS with Avocado, as he said, still waiting for that first item power spike, maybe 2 in there, and you're gonna have a tough time running through Dockinator, who already has that item deep, is looking at those boots as well, and is very close to also gathering that second feat, meaning upgraded boots will have to be dealt with.
For everybody at home that was maybe a little bit afraid The on-hit Malphite does not exist. It only will haunt you in your dreams. This is still a tank Malphite. Just allows him to have some skirmishing power. Also, this champion has no real, like, especially in jungle, doesn't have very many runes you can take. Like, you can go for Unsealed Spellbook, but that's very weak early on as a jungler. This just gives you some skirmishing power like we were talking about earlier, and hopefully you can kind of use it later on in team fights. If you actually get a Malphite to get 3 autos, that's great. Maybe a play here on top side, but it's just a single Camille and a Janna. Like, we're probably actually not going to get too much action here, Orbital, until we get to the next dragon, or even potentially the Herald that spawns in 4 minutes.
Yeah. I think for Revan, it's actually just waiting until his entire jungle egg is done. You can see 9 stacks left on that item. 8 now, of course. 4 ahead of Dockinator, but we just haven't seen Revan enter anywhere, it feels like. I mean, after the first few entries, without the ultimate, now with ult, you're just like, I don't want to go anywhere. I just want to farm, power farm all the way through. The only difference and the reason why Dockinator is currently up in golden items is because of those 4 kills. Otherwise, 25 CS ahead for Revan. So, interesting choices as we do get a TP to the top side as well. Looking for a chance at a dive.
They want
here.
this.
Yeah, they do. Rocket streaking across the map as well. Was hoping to land one on Glacials, but with that nice push out, Glacials recognizing, and now it's just a direct through lane to clear the wave.
Guys, like, Preem need to just walk through the wave instead of waiting for the Galio to, or the Camille to do it.
Well, now they're just following up even further. Massive investment coming in here, and Glacial will finally be locked down. Tilted is able to survive, but my gosh, invest that all for 1 and you still lose Dragon. I don't think Chargers came out on top on that one.
And Nar's going to get all of this wave. I mean, Tilted top laner will have no flash, no ultimate, and will have to TP into this wave. Galio, yes, picks up the minion wave, also gets to hit the turret, that's not bad. Now you trade flashes on supports, a little bit better or slightly advantaged towards Eagles Aquamarine because they have that spellbook on this Blitzcrank. But I agree, that's a pretty large amount of resources used for, in my mind, very little in return there. You got a plate for your Galio in the kill, that's not doing much. And you gave a dragon.
There's way too much going on here. This is just, like, Chargers felt like they were being stifled. They haven't been able to do anything. They've been waiting to kind of activate their composition. The sleeper agents are still sleeping. They want to make something happen. And the problem is Glacials isn't giving it to them. Eagles Aquamarine aren't doing it. Instead, with the Hextech Soul in play now, they're going to go ahead and just kind of keep free farming. Keep looking for those global objectives. Keep looking to rotate this 4-0 Dockinator to keep pace, to keep proactive with the rest of the squad. Of course, that's going to be the nice chase in as Glacials this time with no flash means double CC chain. It's going to be more than enough. Green takes them down.
We did not trust each other. Look, I wouldn't either. I'm playing Sunfire Aegis, Malphite Jungle, and I've got a Boots and Spectre's Cowl on Galio. I'm also like, hey, do we have enough damage here? Also didn't have the ultimate, so couldn't get the phase rush off. Glacials does get taken down. No plates can be taken anymore. They're going to back off. And what is their play from here on out? We're going to reset and get ready for potentially the Herald spawning now. I mean, you'll be first out of the map, but we've seen time and time again that Chargers have had a little bit more better setup. That was only 1 game here, and Eagles Aquamarine have had a lot of time outside of those first 4 kills to get more items, be able to match the parity of their opponents, and be in a very, very strong position regardless.
I think for them it will be that play. Oh, Big Fat Turkey pulling one of my favorite moves ever. Deny the enemy's support gold by placing yet another pink ward. It was on 2 ticks, none for Zepek. Unfortunate there, but either way, it's a little denial at the end of the day. Just a couple tricks that we get to see as we get a very nice pan over of the entirety of the map, zooming in on the 3rd global objective, 4th actually, of the game for Eagles Aquamarine, looking to break open even more towers with this Herald in tow.
We made a move towards bottom side, and then we didn't really do much, so turns into a pretty free early objective here. 2 dragons, they got all 3 grubs, they also got the Herald here, and while they haven't necessarily been able to use it as much here from the side of the Eagles, I think kind of that waiting, that ticking time bomb is okay, when are they actually going to blow open this game? Because for the most part, it's been within 2,000 gold, maybe sub that now, considering we're at the 15, 17, 16 minute mark. But unless we're able to actually blow open the game and start getting a gold lead for ourselves, you always have that in the back of your mind of, is my Orianna without Flash going to get blown up in a dragon fight in a minute and a half, right? Like, Malphite is very dangerous. Kai'Sa can obviously dodge it, but you would prefer, as the Eagles, to be the ones engaging and starting the fight and not necessarily responding to your opponents.
I like that. You do not want to be responding to your opponent. You want to be the one making those moves. Be proactive. Be the one in the driver's seat. And one way to do that is to force the opponent off the wave. Right now, both teams collectively putting three top, 3 bot. However, first tower does go the way of Eagles Aquamarine. As we mentioned before, Big Fat Turkey just doing Big Fat Turkey things as they are 50 CS in the lead on this Gnar, eating so much gold up and using it quite efficiently.
Oh, Doc, no! It doesn't matter. Grand scheme of things, this will still just charge. Now, does it walk into which turret? All right. Has the right one.
Good.
Cool. So the turret goes down to half. It's really sad because that could have potentially been a turret and even more potentially taken here by Eagles, but ends up going on the wrong side. This is just them trying to get in preparation for the Dragon. There's some unspent gold here. Kai'Sa never got a back in. They're looking for an engage right now, and Orianna would have to TP into this fight.
I mean, that's why they're kind of zoned off. They clear the wave, immediately back away, and are calling the TP early just to make sure this Dragon doesn't go any other way. It's a dangerous one to call for as Zepak is dropping a lot of wards, but this will be a 5-on-5, one that we haven't seen in quite some time. Problem is for the Chargers, you're directly on top of wards. You do have the full-on press R composition. It needs to be in fog of war if you want to make it a surprise party.
So they cleared out the wards, but there are still a lot of them here for the Chargers that have not been cleared. This one right in the banana brush is so OP. I like this from Dockinator. Let's get on the other side of terrain. Let's see if we can try to break open their line of scrimmage right now. Big Fat Turkey's about to go mega. This is a window here for the Eagles to be looking for a fight.
Yeah, that's actually something that I was recognizing as Chargers were actually trying to play around Big Fat Turkey. They're like, dude, he's on no bar. He's about, a quarter. They let him time all the way up, and now they're letting him wind down. Both teams playing around, as I said, these big go buttons, and it could look very, very dangerous. Good zap on the back of Big Fat Turkey. Dragon started up for half a moment, but it looks like Eagles Aquamarine not willing to fully force at this current moment.
Oh, and the waves are pushing in favor of the Chargers. This is a really dangerous spot. Turkey still needs to get a lot of mega here if he wants to be in a good spot for this fight. Tilted and Revan are in the pit. Shockwave.
And it lands on one on the back side, but it pulls the trigger on the other side as the Chargers bring their Wombo behind. It's a 2-fight front. And it is going to lean to the Chargers' way as their backline is decimated. But it looks like they're going to try and Big Fat Turkey. I lied! I did not respect Big Fat Turkey, who is able to take them all with the Mega Gnar. Slams them on the back end, allows Avocado to join back in. One more case in the back of the mind. A boomerang to finish, as it is all Eagles Aquamarine to take that Dragon in Dragon fight.
Those are some of those damage concerns that we had for the Chargers coming in from draft. Outside of your Jinx, who is really going to be that big winning, that big ticket for you to get those resets? And it just never comes live. I mean, Tilted top laner, they're down 40, and the matchup was not good for them. I said that in the lane it should be good for Camille, but they got stunted very early on, and now they went forward, but guess what? Jinx was stuck right in the backline with Dockinator slamming a Cataclysm on top of their head, so Blam never got to play the fight. 2 kills going over to Avocado. Dockinator continues to run this game on the Jarvan, and while there were some questions, there was a bit of slowness in the mid game here, the Eagles have definitely come to play here in this best of 5. Game number 2 now, 20 minutes in, they've gotten almost every single objective in this game.
About to get a whole lot more as Prem forced to flash away, but the chase is so dang good. Big Fat Turkey doesn't want to force it. However, what is being forced is topside once again. Glacials getting a chunk taken out here as that's a TP around the side. Revan recognizing that, hey, I can't be here because there is a TP coming on the other side. Revan bounces over with the rest of the squad, but look at this 5-man collapse coming in here. I don't know if anyone else is able to play. It is going to be the Hectic Ultimatum, though, as they shut down Avocado in the blink of an eye. UAH are saying, dude, we're going to charge ahead in the big fast blue as they shut down Dockinator as well. How many more can they find? Zap goes out, misses, flash out, Blind Glacials to stay safe. Some chips trying to run their fastest. Half HP is available, no flash for Preem. But guess what? Shockwave back, turns it around, but the damage isn't really there. Glacials, who was shut down earlier, drops like a sack of potatoes. And it will be the side of the Chargers to take Otacon.
Otacon goes their favor, and they get a lot of important kills here for this fight. A shutdown onto Dockinator is great, a good find here in this fight, and that is exactly the way back that they need. But there's so much more work still left to be done here. You're looking down the barrel of a Hextech Drake here in this game. Every 5 minutes, and another 3, we're going to have to fight. A lot of the early work that the Chargers have put into taking down this Orianna is coming back to help them, but they still have a lot of ways to go here in this game number 2.
They do, but they crested so many other mountains right now, because keep in mind, yes, Soul's on the line, but the towers are the same right now. 1 tower apiece. Gold is relatively close, only 200 gold difference. The farming difference has made up and given a helping hand to the Chargers to make this difference not as large as it might seem. Tilt's top laner, though, really wants this tower, sacrificing a lot of HP for it as well. Preem there to be bodyguard in favor of Glacials and Dockinator. However, might be a chance of back as we take a look on the top side as well. Top tower fell, so it's a blow for blow on either side. Towers for towers.
Still even there, 2 for 2 on both sides. The gold going on. Oh, we're engaging onto Camille. Uh-oh. Glacials is dead.
Yeah, they pull it off again. Okay, this has become a little bit too much of a over coincidence. This is Chargers.
Some would call that a pattern.
Yeah, that is consistently, I would call it a play of the Chargers being like, dude, if we see someone, we're gonna pick them off.
That's kind of what their comp wants to do. You have a Galio, you have this Camille. She trades a lot of her HP for the turret, is able to heal thanks to having not only the, it wasn't completed yet, but the Ravenous Hydra definitely helps there. Really good job of being able to clutch Glacials out. Still no flash, and now as UAH, yes, you are going to have first recall. They're going to be able to move out thanks to the Hextech portals as well. It's a lot easier for them to move around the map. I need to see Eagles Aquamarine set up a strong vision line that allows them to see where the carries are, give them perfect information as to where the tanks are going to be, because we're continuing to see that if we're going to take 5-on-5 head-first team fights, how and where we get our positioning and if we can cut the Jinx off basically makes or breaks the fight. And this is our soul. We have a little bit of house money to play with all the 3 Drakes, but if you start to give over dragons, and as you mentioned, the CS advantages that are starting to appear in some of these lanes, that definitely kind of calls into question the lead that we saw coming in from Alabama.
I love the fact that you also talked about the vision, and Revan is using a tricky sweeper to be like, oh, there's Dockinator, don't want to deal with you. But I do agree, they need that battle line, they need to see where their opponent is. Not only that, prep Big Fat Turkey as well. Last time, Big Fat Turkey able to get away with building up the Narbar in the middle of the battle. This time around, they need the fight to open, but of course, they can force this fight as well because they're the ones with 3 dragons. So let's see how it plays out. So top laner losing a quarter of his HP with the single shred dragon drawn to the bot side of the map. Revan is looking, and the rest of the Chargers are still looking at that wave. I don't know if they're allowed to pull that far away. Tilted top laner looking on the backside, plant over the wall, dragon down to 4K, backline is found, Avocado looking to die, and it will be the catch number 1. Taunt on 2, backline Dockinator trying to do it on their own, but this is Tilted top laner saying, where's your HP bar? Dragon taken by the side of Revan, and the Chargers do it yet again from the depths of what seems like defeat. They draw a triple and take a 4th and dragon.
That's going to turn into so much more. I mean, Baron spawns now in 3 seconds. A huge fight comes on through for the Chargers, and they could completely reverse the narrative on this game number 2, potentially starting themselves here in this grand finals 2-0 up against their big rivals back in East B Conference. What an insane fight from this one. I mean, you got right into the backline. Tilted top laner sends himself with the Hextech ultimatum, gets the Galio to set up as well. And Avocado never uses the killer instinct. We're never able to get plasma procs down on the Blamp. This Camille was down a hefty amount, and it has not mattered here in this game.
I mean, the Gnar was doing so much work early too. Like, this is wild. And we saw it in game 1 as well. Tilted top laner just specifically has looked so dominant in the top side. In game number 1, it was the early game. It was using that Yorick, becoming a menace in the side lane, being able to chunk out one in 1v1s and 1v2s this time around, finding the catches, quite literally forcing these battles and causing disruption in the backline. I love it. And now that we look 26 minutes in, board is cleared, gold is being spent. We are hitting those 2-3 item power spikes if you're looking at Tilted, but namely Blamp. Only 1, 1, and 2, still able to match pace with Avocado right now.
This is such a weird game with how the early game was looking. Like,
it really is.
Remember, Dogginator started this off 4-0-0, and now
Yes.
4-2-5. I want to take a little bit less blame off of him. I think that his lanes have been in very weird spots. Big Fat Turkey had that massive Gnar getting ready for that fight, and then didn't really land it onto too many of the other members there. I mean, that alongside the fact that there was a lot of pressure on the Glacials here in this game number 2 as well. It's kind of all starting to fall apart here. Baron now in their favor for the Chargers as the Royal Blue and White continue to start to take down the rest of this map. Thankfully for them, if you are an Aquamarine fan, there are not too many turrets left, but a lot of them are presiding in your base.
Right now, it's a force grouping this time, not on their own terms, something that we really wish they could do. Forced to go to the mid lane to hold, while on the top side, Tilted top laner is allowed to take the 5th tower for University of Alabama here. They are cruising through right now. Some chips stepping a little bit too far out. Big Fat Turkey sweeping with the Gnar. Tries to slam him into the wall, but that is a defensive ult utilized.
Haven't seen too much of that dive. I need to see Dockinator. And also, I gotta say, another game where I think the support play here is really important. Zipax on this Janna is just preventing so much, and outside of some early lane ganks and early lane hooks, I haven't actually been able to see too much out of some chips here. Dockinator, where are we, brother?
I don't know. This feels reminiscent of game 1 again as Dockinator gets caught out, draws the rest of the team in. Some just barely able to get away, but Dockinator goes into the back line. Cataclysm is able to hold one, but where's the shockwave? Where's any of the extra damage? There it is, but it's so late. And guess who's allowed to join the party? It is Tilted top laner with the drop in. Here comes the entrance supreme as the GA isn't even popped. There it is. UAH and a stalwart 5 crash through the open mid lane. They will take the inhibitor tower plus the inhibitor. Only 2 remain, but the snow globe will fall once more as the Chargers blue stand tall and take a second game.
Now on match point here in the grand finals for Division 3 NECC. Such a weird game. I mean, the first half, we were talking about this, like, oh, maybe we're going to be able to get a game here from Eagles Aquamarine, but a single Otacon fight then completely turns this game. I mean, again, like, Tilted top laner, a much different game from game number 1, where he is just kind of slowly whittling away at the Scion. This time around, gets kind of put down. He has minus 50 in the lane just from creep score, and then is able to have massive impact when you talk about the Wombo combo there with Galio. Impressive stuff, but I think you got to look at their opponents like, okay, now what else are we doing? Because we this time we had a massive lead to start.
Yeah, and they did exactly what we wanted them to be. Much more proactive in the early game. Eagles Aquamarine, they were making moves. Doc was visiting mid, top, joining in on the bot side. We were seeing these movements be appropriate, and yet it still faltered, and I have to give credit now that we see a pattern instead of a coincidence. The Chargers know how to pull that trigger. If they see an opportunity, they will go for it. Alk, we're looking at game number 3 and what could be a sweep of a grand finals. What do we hope to see Eagles Aquamarine dig out here to stay alive in this series?
if we're going to stay on red side, I need to see counter pick here for Glacials. I think everything else has not really worked out. Our bottom lane has been fine to serviceable for the most part. Dockinator has been okay when we've actually been able to see them on engage. It's very clear that the top lane matchup is very important, but the solos are just kind of getting in a really weird spot. The Swain performance was very strange, and then also, again, I need to see something from Glacials because it's kind of the last bastion before we kind of get into a really weird spot in the series.
Yeah, maybe they need to go ahead, take a moment, and fuel up as best as possible, because they might have a long series ahead. And of course, if you need a little bit of fuel, well, Wenzel's has got you covered. Wenzel's Farm legendary Wisconsin meat sticks have been around since 1977. Over 14 mouthwatering flavors and meat to meet your heart out. Please go ahead and check them out. Wenzel's Farm legendary Wisconsin meat sticks, of course, since 1977. With that being said, we'll go ahead and go to a short break. I'm going to go ahead and grab myself a meat stick. Opportunity from Wenzel's, and we will see you all back for Game 3.
1974. I think I'm going insane. I'm feeling crazy. Can't get it out of my head. Oh no, if the devil inside takes hold, then I just might wind up dead. Wasted, face it. You're never gonna be the one. Rockstar, you won't get far, but at least you had fun. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be, a king or a queen, as long as you got a dream. Oh no, it's a lie. They just wanna take your life, try to tell you it's a battlefield. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be, wanna go to outer space, superhero in the streets. Oh man, what a lie, what a time to be alive. How have I survived? Life's a battlefield. 1974.
All I seek to find is a world that's mine. Need a place to hide. Will you free my mind? Following the lights of a world that's blind. In your eyes I see there's a place for me.
From start to finish, from early game to mid game, it doesn't matter where they stand. It always feels like the Chargers will find a way to take victory. They stand here 2-0 so far. Game number 2 did not look like theirs, but they turned it around in the late game. And now for Eagles Aquamarine, their backs are up against the wall. They have no more extra games. They got to pull out a win here and then for 2 more games.
They got to pull off the reverse sweep. And look, for the Chargers, they handed the Eagles their only loss in the regular season. There's another forfeit that they unfortunately had to do there. So probably the only reason that they're 5-2 and potentially the second in is maybe that FF that they had in the regular season. Aside from that, they've looked really, really strong. And you can always make an argument of like, hey, there is the potential to come back here in the series. We are going into our game 3 of this Fearless. We have 20 champions now gone, and we're going to have another 30 or another 10 on top of that thanks to the draft. So what else is going to be missing? Because we've seen Melio consistently hit the table. Set is now made a graduation from a second phase ban to a first phase ban here, and we're keeping sides here.
Okay, but of course, that is the kind of the crazy thing to talk about is not only are the sides the same, but we are seeing a hard shift here. And again, for the Chargers specifically, they're the ones that have pulled out these oddball picks, these kind of more comfort-esque champions that have somehow yielded results over and over and over again. And it's worked, and I love it every so often. Now, granted, it's tilted popping off at one point or another, but this force leaves open a lot of extra champions. Keep in mind, they left open the Xin Zhao, they've left open a possible Tristana to hand over to Eagles Aquamarine, and that's what I'm guessing the Eagles are also wondering about as they keep banning the same. Still the Melio, still the Ari.
Alright. They banned Silas. Silas also been a champion, but we've kind of seen already that from the side of the Chargers, they've definitely looked a little bit stronger here. Also, I do want to note the Fearless bans, they are correct. However, they're on the opposite sides here.
Yes.
Chargers, obviously, with the 2-0, they have had those comps on the bottom right of your screen a lot more successful than we have seen from Eagles. Still staying with the Xin Zhao, we're going for an Aatrox instead. We've seen top lane very, very impactful here in this series.
Very focused up there. I think with the set ban, you have to give that respect ban of the Aatrox as well. And now we get to see that Tristana. It was left open from earlier. Nice little pickup there. It will possibly be handed over to Blamp, because at this point, I don't know where champions are going with their first pick rotation. So far, they've thrown me for a loop. This could be a mid lane Tristana for all I know.
True. Was also a champion that was banned in game number 1. So
Yep.
let's see what else. Tristana gives so much flexibility. Again, bottom lane, I do think that her power curve is a little bit different now. She doesn't have the same like explosive laning phase that we saw from her in times past. Again, durability patch and some other items changes that also came on through. Now for the Eagles, strong skirmishing already with the Corki, gives you range. Vi is a very clear engage button, very kind of similar in that vein to the Amumu and the Jarvan that we saw earlier today. So what else? What else are we going to be getting from the side of the Eagles? Because it's kind of on them to iterate now.
Yeah, I mean, for the Eagles, they're still trying to say, hey, we got to find a team fight, maybe a little bit more directed. But for the Chargers, it's all-out explosive aggression. You draft the Sejuani, which is yet again, in Revan's hands, a very aggressive opener. But the top side, very confident now, is tilted top laner. But there's a little spice of life. We get a Fizz coming out here in Ulk. You talk to some of the squads here in Eagles Aquamarine, that Fizz is a nice little pocket.
Glacials was noted. Tilted did give, it was Nope over there. He let me know that Glacials does have some assassin picks, Akali and Fizz. Now, Akali, we are probably a little bit more used to, but definitely not the Fizz. Also is a champion that is getting some buffs. I'm on the fence. I love Tank Fizz. I hate playing against Tank Fizz.
Yep.
So I don't think we're going to be seeing all that much here. We're also getting a Kled here in this game, so a fair few amount of Yordles coming on through.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Yordle's prevalent in the current TFT patch, which I know a few people are playing right now and hopefully enjoying. As we get a ban of an Akali on the other side, by the way. That is very entertaining. A little bit of respect maybe in that side for Eagles Aquamarine. But I do like the fact that you did call out the Kled. Again, this is for Tilted. I did say earlier that Tilted has been very comfortable blind picking their champion in the top side.
Yeah.
They're doing it once again here, and it's yielding some results. Rel banned on the bottom side, though, just to make sure that for some chips, you don't get that safety, and it's all about that displacement and zoning one particular target that Gragas picked up for Eagles Aquamarine.
I'm just so confused as to how we get to Gragas here. So Gragas can cancel Kled being able to go forward. Also has a decent matchup into LeBlanc later on, but I feel that the way that they want to operate into a team composition is not as cohesive. You see over from the side of Chargers, it really is kind of like I don't want to say we're going to be bursting out a single member, but we're really going to be focusing on kind of weaving in and out of fights. Kled's mobility is super dangerous. LeBlanc, Tristana, these kinds of champions are very hard to lock down, and Vi can only do one of them at the same time. So what are we getting? It's a Poppy. Cool, we've got more Yordles. That's great. Corki isn't in this set, unfortunately. Again, if we're kind of calling back to TFT, so this is like a 2-on-2 right now. I gotta say, Orbital, I'm not impressed, and I'm really not kind of nothing's screaming to me here from the side of the Eagles.
No, this feels like a Hail Mary of comfort is the only way I can really describe it. These are champions that we mentioned before. A lot of these players might have a little home in, but it's not drafted to look on the other side. Granted, Chargers, I don't think did it either. They're looking more for aggressive, but it's still in their same wheelhouse of we just go forward. Their composition screams we are confident in our own play. We know how to play our champions, and we know we can press this forward button, and we will continue to do so. Gotta agree, Eagles, they're going out on a limb here, but it is going to lean onto Doc. Doc, who had an amazing early game in game number 2. This Vi can do much of the same, if not, I would say, to a decent contention in damage realm. Has that cease and desist once you hit level 6.
Yeah. You're also just very low range in terms of what you want to do if you are on the Eagles, whereas from the Chargers, I think the flexibility and the mobility of their champions just allows them a little bit more grace and leeway in these fights. Now, I will note, this is a Nami support, so you kind of can stop a lot of the go buttons with her ultimate, but her bubble isn't going to be as reliable. I mean, imagine trying to land it on a Fizz or a Poppy. That's very, very difficult. So this is what I imagine is going to be a Nami that is more focused on the laning phase and some of the explosive nature of some of these champions.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you also look at the fact that you can't bubble a cease and desist when it's in progress. You're not catching the Gragas for sure. It is a bubble that you're hoping to land later, but the empowerment is there just to get him over the gap. Now, I do want to draw eyes to that mid lane, though, as for what feels like the first time in a very long time we get Assassin versus Assassin in there. Normally, it's Enchanter Mage or Melee's in there and everything of the sort. A LeBlanc and Fizz matchup has the potential to be some of the spiciest that we've seen so far, and I, in my opinion, have seen Preem and Glacials go at it like cats and dogs to actual double-digit HPs. We literally saw it in game number 2. Do we see that happen again here?
Maybe. LeBlanc versus Fizz historically has been slightly Fizz favored, but that could change. There's no, like, corrupting potion left in the game. It's been a while since we've also seen most of these champions. I also want to note, this is yet another champion that was affected this patch.
Every champion's
LeBlanc,
been affected. Just
every champion that has a dash is, like, very broken right now. She can proc her Q, or she can cast her Q mid distortion, and it also still procs the ability. So if Preem is on top of their knowledge and has been, you know, either practicing or at the very least going on Twitter, because I'm looking at the tweet that did show that that she can do all these different abilities. Also, by the way, she can also cast her chains at the same time during her W.
Oh my god.
This tweet came out yesterday and has like 200,000 views. So the likelihood that Preems has probably seen it is fairly, you know, I'd say like I'd give it probably like a 50% chance of it happening. You know, everything's a 50% chance, I guess, if you think about it. It happens or it doesn't. But yeah, that's very impactful. That's a very big bug.
Yeah, I mean, listen, at this point, welcome back, old LeBlanc. I miss you all day long. So we'll see if that pans out. Honestly, though, I do give a lot of credit, though. Preem and Glacials have been the two that have either been picked on or being given a lot of grace in there. And for this game number 3, I want to see it happen for the Chargers. So far, this is one of the best Christmas presents you could ever ask for of a squad. 3 members will not be returning to the squad in the future, and to go out on a championship win, not only that, a 3-0 sweep of an opponent is a gift to die for.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Yet another level 1. Guys, okay, this probably doesn't really matter because we're already in game 3. And I did also give them all, we did give them the stream links. But
Yeah.
if you have anybody, even a manager watching, if we go to a game 4, you gotta get these VODs in front of them. You gotta show them, okay, look, we're these are the level 1s that they're doing in between games.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Oh, this is actually really dicey now. What's that? Dude, I love that tilted top lane is like, I see all 5. Ain't no worries. Nobody actively wants to fight against each other. But it is double warding out. So this time, Eagles Aquamarine giving a lot of respect over to Revan and really trying to make sure where this Sejuani is going to go in the start.
Okay, so early vision, it's been kind of a note here for Aquamarine. They've been good about early level 1 vision, just trying to track enemy jungle, especially in game number 2. I thought they had some pretty decent wards early on, but not going to be the case. Also, we've been talking a lot about some of the early lane runes from some of the other games. I'm looking at mid lane. Glacial's going for Ignite, teleport here for Bream, but both rocking Electrocute. So I want to watch how this matchup goes, because Glacial's really has been taken advantage of now, both games of the series.
I mean, it's been an output of sorts. Tilted top laner, also rocking with the Grass and the Undying, which I always feel can be interesting, but of course with that bear trap, it's pretty easy proc at the end of the day. Mainly, though, in the full twist, I want to see how it pinches out. However, that's a pinch against the wall that I wasn't expecting, as Zepback is about to cook to a Chris. You want Chris Asahi Tuna, and you will get it. First blood headed over to Eagles Aquamarine.
I don't know if we needed flash. It is a lethal tempo Tristana, but she has no abilities. Level 2 as well. The cooldowns are very, very long. Still, it's a pretty decent start to the game. That kill going over to Poppy is also decent. Is a champion that can very much utilize that gold. Dockinator is moving towards the bottom side of the map, and so is Revan. I wonder if there's going to be any kind of action here, just by way of how big that minion wave was when we last saw bottom lane.
Well, oh my god, oh. Tilted top laner doing it once again.
He's about
At
to
this
go.
point, we
He's about to have
assume
bled.
Yeah, well, right now, there's another belly bump here, and you're looking for it. You're gonna get a good proc of the Demolish on the tower. It's taking a while to get Kled. There it is. But in that time, Big Fat Turkey was able to heal up, so Tilted Top Laner has to walk away.
If Tilted Top Laner had remounted onto Skarl just a little bit sooner, that could have just been a kill, because he's going to dismount and lose turret aggro. Ooh, nice use of the chains. Even if he is in Playful Trickster, you can still land that root down. Gets the Electrocute proc as well. Preem does start to need to look for a recall timer, probably going to be after this wave. Looks like bottom lane control is going to be going over to the side of the Eagles.
Well, Preem is recognizing that, hey, this is a little bit of step up that I'm not used to. Nice bump on the backside. It will be Eagles Aquamarine to yet again start things off strong with 2 kills total.
All right, Preem, let's just, like, very easy fix. Let's look up what the wards are on the map. Our bottom lane was moving in from Tribrush, and our only ward that we have is in the enemy Raptor pit. Let's play on that side of the map, because we can have a general idea that they're going to be on that side, or that they are not on that side due to us having vision. So generally, you'd probably want to play on the side that you have vision of. So easy mistake, a really good find there from Dockinator and the rest of Aquamarine as they continue to find early advantages. It's just that mid game that starts to really kind of bite them.
It's always been that position of, do we pull the trigger? That's where they do stumble. Of course, at the current moment, we are seeing that gold lead also branch out to almost 1,000 with 2 kills. Remember, that is just based off of those 2 kills plus a lot of farming. So well done on their end. Quick bubble out as Zepik is kind of hunting. We do have our first dragon on the board here in about 20 seconds that you might see some rotations for, some movements on either end.
I wonder what team prioritizes the grubs here. It's not an objective that I think either really use particularly well. I would say that more often than not, Kled is probably going to be a better split pusher than Gragas, but we have seen time and time again that these games don't really come down to split push. Yes, game 1 was one where we highlighted the strength of the solo laners, but really was impacted by how good they were in team fights. Like the Yorick just walks into fights and tanked everything and was also able to trade at least 1 kill. This time around, Tilted Top Laner, if this Kled is even remotely fed, it is so dangerous for the Eagles to deal with.
And for right now, they got to deal with a little bit more than what they would like. A quick jump out as Revan joined in on the bot side. A quick little peek into that bot lane. Identification now shown as in the mid lane we see Preem stepping too far forward. Glacial showing their strength here on this Fizz. Tilted Top Laner is in range to look at a rebuttal. But the burn isn't going to be enough. Quick burn, is it going to be a dismount? Yes, it will be. Glacial's is safe, baby. Early game shenanigans leading to the Eagles yet again at a 4-0 advantage.
There is that pocket pick, and this is what we wanted to see earlier on in the series. You had your Swain that you did fine in lane. Now you have this Fizz. You've now also, in a way, not intentionally, now impacted the top lane matchup. You've given some breathing room for Big Fat Turkey here in this matchup. So, a really great play, and now this LeBlanc 0-2 to start. He's going to have to find some ways on side lanes to pick up some farm, some ways to kind of feel like they can more effectively contribute here in this game.
Right now, for Revan, it's all about affecting inside of this bot side, but a nice steadfast presence doesn't drop as soon as Revan would have liked, so it's a buffer and a flash out. Some chips still very much safe.
And Zepax doesn't even get the bubble down, so they never find that kill. Good job, and more of a preventative measure is coming on through. So the top laner is about to go into just Kled form. There is an ultimate here for Big Fat Turkey, so you always have to be a little bit worrisome. D-Ring as well can be a little bit more problematic. Everybody's grouping on the bottom side of the map. Dragon is available, but Revan doesn't even want to be in here. Just use the flash to get away.
And remember, it's going to be a 4v4, well now a 4v3 as that's a recall coming in. And when the jungle rotated up the top side, as much as we saw 4 positioned, they don't actually look for the dragon. Instead, it was just kind of a glare across the creek as everyone kind of filters out and away. So the dragon, for the first time this entire series, will stand long enough to see the grubs on the opposite side.
There we go. Junglers do have a lot of jungle, like all of their camps right now are signaling that they're going to end in the bottom side of the map. Dockinator even foregoing the Krugs right now, just wants to be on this side, getting ready with his bottom lane. Glacial's also just hit a recall, so within the next minute, I expect that we're going to be seeing that for the Eagles, Aquamarine is going to be looking towards this bottom side to maybe open up and look for that early objective.
Well, at this point, it might even be just a trade. Revan, after taking their top side, kind of said the same, but instead are actively looking for the grubs and pushing all 4 members up there, leaving Blamp completely alone. Dragon now started up by Dockinator. So it's a trade. You were talking about that grub positioning and the priority. It will be Chargers looking to try and utilize that to push down some towers a little bit later on in the game.
As we get further in this one, for the Chargers, it is really important that Revan is strong enough to be in this game because he is basically their only frontline. Kled can be a pseudo frontliner thanks to the dismount mechanic and kind of the bruiser items that he does get access to. However, you have an Aftershock Sejuani. This is as good as it's going to get for a frontline for you, and you're looking down the barrel of a Poppy, of a Vi, even this Fizz I think can be such a game breaker if we can get it into a right spot here.
That right spot being very, very fed. 1, 0, and 2 already has that Dark Seal in hand, 3 stacks on. So that early on for the battle. Are you going to get more stacks? Are you going to get the full 10? Are you going to build into a Medjai's? That would be a treat and a half here in the Grand Finals. Of all things, especially on a signature champion like your Fizz, would be a treat. However, at the current moment, everyone kind of backing away as we take stock here. Because I want to point out, Avocado has taken that early kill in the bottom side. Only got an assist, but really pushed up to a 15 CS lead.
Okay. Fizz try to make a move. Early ward, or at least the one in the dot brush, does stop that. Tristan is also significantly tougher to gank than a lot of other AD carries. Corki has similar mobility, but not the reset mechanics. Nami is probably going to be their pick here if they want something.
Uh-oh. Well, if they do, they can look for it. Very nice Glacial. Make sure they can't get too far away. But a chase back in as some chips tries to run. But there's the leap that you were talking about. It's a quick pinch into that wall. But the Scarl charge is saying we want to dive even further. Tilted top laner saying we're going to make this work one way or another. The aggro juggling is perfect as Avocado will be stunned and deleted. It's a turn back though, as they spent way too long underneath the tower. And it's given time for Eagles Aquamarine to try and chase back. But Glacials isn't going to get bubbled. Is going to try and burn them away. They will, but not before trading their own life as it's death, and more here in the bottom lane.
I think you can kind of tell that Glacials is feeling a little bit pressured here in this game. Like, uses the ultimate and then dubstep ignites Revan at the very end. He already is going to die to the tower shot. We wasted a lot there in that play, and a good find there coming on through from the Chargers blue team. They get multiple dives. They prevent a lot of a big wave there for Avocado to catch, and they get some gold, I think, in the right pockets, both into Blamp and a Preem. So it's great that Gragas gets the farm up away, maybe take another turret plate here, but that was a really nice response, and they're still down 1,500 gold from the side of Chargers, so we see a little bit more from them in this vein.
I mean, if they can, it's good, but for right now, it's still leaning into Eagle side. Blamp, though. Blamp about to get rotated on. Listen, it's Vandal City versus Vandal City, and I don't think Blamp enjoys it. Tries to boost away, but Avocado Valkyrie's right back in. That's some chips to pick up their second of the game.
All right, that's the big wave now, and also has the Sheen. Gonna walk up. No, Ops do not go for it, so not a single turret plate being lost here, at least for the time being on the side of the Chargers bottom lane. But we're now seeing a little bit of movement towards this dragon. Doesn't spawn for another minute and a half here, but the Scuttle taken here. And a little bit of movement around this mid lane. Tilted top lane is going to have that ultimate coming up very soon.
Of course. And for their own, my big question is, who steps up once again? Zepek steps up, but decides it's a little bit not worth it. Waves on out. Oh, the blast cone, though! Some chip says I have sushi on the mind, and it's Zepek to fall. That's a big pickup for themselves. It's a nice revenge kill, of course, for some chips. But that's a little bit of a heads-up moment there from that turtle. Oh, topside, though! What a win! Big fat turkey with the dub!
There we go, and the solo kill. This is going to be an AP Gragas all the way through. Rod of Ages and the tier. I wonder if they'll finish that or maybe go for something like a Fimble Winter there. But That's very dangerous. This Kled now 0-3 here in this game. Got a couple assists on that bottom lane play, but aside from that, we're already starting to see that the Eagles are fighting back, and they're making it through this game right now. Now with a 3,000 gold differential between them and their opponents, Dragon just now coming up, put a little bit more emphasis on this objective, just because of the fact that we've seen time and time again, they got close, no cigar in that game number 2, and it really feels like Eagles just have a lot more engaged tools that allow for them to kind of they can kind of bull fist their way through a lot of fights.
I would almost double down on that and say they also have a variety of opportunities to fight on back. That's what's going to make them wholly different. But the one-and-done style may yield even better results as tilted top laner, maybe tilted in a different direction than game number 1 and 2, as they charge on in to take Dominator's life and give the Chargers the Ocean Drag.
But how much of this Dragon are they going to really be able to trade for? Because it's a single turret, it's going to be a single objective. It looks like their bottom lane is now going to move and face off into Fizz. Seeing right now that Big Fat Turkey is farming this top lane.
Oh, what a bubble. That bubble is wild, by the way. The clip side as well. Sorry, I know you were talking about the macro, but I had to call that out.
That's fine. No, that's fine. That was a really good play there from Zepax. Finds that pick onto some chips. Ultimately, I will say, gold-wise, you're still happy about this.
All right, that's going to be a jump in. A jump back to the first distortion moment as Glacial is going to try and run for it.
He has no mana.
Got another kill. They're 5-1 and 2. No mana up there. And Big Fat Turkey is here. And now they found Zepax. Zepax is cooked once again. Eagles Aquamarine are finding their prey in every twist and turn.
All right, maybe that flexibility that I was mentioning earlier is starting to bite them because they don't have as much tank stats, and with Blamp with no mana, at that point you probably just have to give it up. Now, they lose even more. They lose 2 kills, probably even a mid-turret here. There's no one who can teleport for this. It looks like there's some contests that they want to do on the top side with Herald spawning now. This is a huge injection of gold going over to the side of the Eagles, and this is exactly the game state that they want here in this.
At the 15-minute mark, as you look at that gold, a breaking of close to 3K, heavily in favor in Glacial's pockets. Someone that has been forced to fight with minimal gold is allowing the rest of the team to play for their own. And Silta top lane is going to try and run back. The rest of the team is here to play, but Preem is ready to blow them up. I was not expecting that one, and maybe Dominator wasn't either. Yet again, these chases, these small moments of mistakes, the Chargers bite and clip the Eagles' wings.
That's fine. That's 2 kills. You stop the kill going on a tilted top laner, but I think you're still bleeding so much rest on the gold. You even get the teleport out from tilted top laner, and Glacials is still going to get this turret. He's going to have the ultimate coming up soon, so I like the respect coming in from the Kled. It's a minor stopgap measure from the Chargers, able to follow up on that play, and the Herald still goes to the favor of the Eagles.
100% true. Might be peppered a little bit, but they're still flying high in the sky. I'm keeping eyes on where Glacial goes next, because everywhere we see Glacial, kills are sure to follow. Making in here 2.5 minutes towards the next trick. Excuse me. And the best part, you get an Infernal. This, to me, signals there will be fighting, and more fighting. We get to see them around this streak, so put your stopwatches on. 2 minutes before we see everyone gather around the spot side.
Important items are going to start to come on through as well. I mean, 2 items here for the Tristana. Maybe a Navori Flicker Blades means that you just have permanent uptime on all of your spells. Second item on Preem would be nice, but I just don't think we're going to be there. Glacials is already getting closer and closer to that Shadow Flame. So I want to watch this mid lane. The soul lanes have been a very big part of this best of 5 grand finals, and Glacials, a lot of work has gone into this mid lane. The Swain in game number 1 was okay, but ended up falling off later on. Orianna in the game number 2 was taken advantage of in the side lanes, and now on a pocket pick Fizz, this might be kind of like the one to kind of stamp his name on, and you kind of bring it out to an even bigger picture here, Orbital. It's cool if they win this game, but then we need to see even more from the Eagles. They need to be able to win multiple games after this, and we can kind of get into that as we get closer to the end of this one. But it's going to be a mountain to climb, and it obviously starts with good performances like this.
And we need to see them take charge of not just this game, but the series. And to me, that also speaks to how they play these fights. Keep in mind, how did the Chargers win Game 2? It wasn't based off the early game. They fought from a deficit. They fought from, I think, a 2.5K deficit. It was by calling these shots, willing to take that plunge of, can we just kill one person? Can we kill two? Can we kill three? And working from there. The Eagles need to have that shot calling priority, that ability to say, hey, we're just going to pull it and see what happens. They need to commit and be willing to kind of put the Chargers on the back foot, which we haven't really been able to see the Eagles do all series long. At the current moment, though, it is a press towards that mid lane as it's a pinch against the wall. Revan is the one currently body blocked here. Wave is out. Revan is okay, tanky, but not full enough. That redemption is a little bit late as you're bumped out of range just for good measure. Well played at the end as the Eagles take a tower and kill.
You're looking for a little bit more off of this. There's about a 15-second delay between Dragon spawning and Revan being up here. It's actually 20 now that we look at it. Glacials is behind. No ultimate. Just go for Zepax.
I like it. It doesn't matter. It's just to try and scatter around. But of course, now you might be a little bit worried as that's going to be the bear trap. Enough. One more jump forward. The distortion will take the life. And my apologies, Chargers. I did not know your game as soon as Tilted and Preem joined the battle. It's a whole different story. Dragon, though, being started up here and almost completed as it is, smited away. Well claimed by the Eagles squad. It will take more than enough. A jump back onto Big Fat Turkey. But at this point, it is just damage. Flash out. They will survive for the moment.
That's a very, very costly flash there for both of them. Probably just going to be the mid-tier one traded here at the end of the day. Dragon going over to the Eagles. Ultimately, not as big of a deal because of the fact that the Chargers were able to grab one of those first two. Means it is it's going to be a while before we start to see Soul Point and getting closer to that one. So, again, I think for the Chargers, despite the fact that they've had a much rougher early game here in this game number 3, they have a ton of house money that they can play with just by nature of being up in the series. And they're still pretty competitive. Now we have an Otacon here. There is an ultimate, or there's a teleport here for Tilted Top Laner, but no Kled ultimate available. So, are they just going to preemptively move down? As soon as this gets down onto Vision, yeah, this is just going to be a 4-on-5.
Well, it's not really. It's going to be a 3-on-5 at this point. As Glacial's looking, but they're popped. I thought it was going to be a pure deletion, but it's not. Instead, it's a 1-for-1 at the end of the day, and Dogginator is actually getting caught here yet again. It is Chargers to rip that cord, pull that trigger, even in a dire situation, and they somehow come out in an even state. Now they turn onto the Otacon. Dogginator can't start it up. It's only at 5K. Some chips and Big Fat Turkey are going to try and run interference. Dogginator's back. Are they going to find it's going to come down to a smite battle? Who picks it up? It is Dogginator! Dogginator gets it! How many more kills can they get? Some chip's going to try and run away. Big Fat Turkey says, please give me the kill. Exhaust goes down. Blimp is gone. It's all down to Tilted to try and salvage some of this gold. But the most you get is another one. Some chips taking low. Pinches the other Yordle into the wall. It's another dismount. A cast to try and end, but it won't be enough. Distortion denied with the steadfast presence. And some chips walking away, but they will drop their life in tow. And at this point, it's just going to be consolation prizes at the end.
What?
As Dogginator
he was getting chased?
And sacrifices their life to try and take mid-tower, it looked like.
No, yeah, good steal on the Otacon coming in from Dogginator. That's an amazing one to keep them in this game. It's good experience. 24 HP on the turret is impressive enough there. Some minor things. One, Tilted Top Laner, he remounts, ults, and as soon as he goes to go for the charge, instantly gets dismounted. So that was a good cancel coming in from the Eagles. They get a lot of good parts of that fight, but I think the fact that that fight is even close in the first place, you're going for a flip there. You can see that the Eagles are a little bit more on the back foot here, and Glacials has now died a few times, giving really necessary shutdown gold over to the Chargers.
And negating the lead that you had earlier. Assassins live off of the snowball. And it feels like Preem is actually bitten back in that snowball fashion, actually outpacing Glacials right now, 6-3-1 for their own. And remember that gold lead that we were mentioning, just to put an exclamation point at the end of your statement there, Elk. We're now down to less than 1,000 gold. We're looking, less than 2,000 gold. We're looking at 1.5 between the two teams. Chargers are consistently closing that gap.
It's tough. It's a tough game here. Remember, this is potentially the last game of this Grand Finals, last game that some of these players will play in general. Tilted, Revan, and Zepax, this will be their final competitive season here in NECC. We've had a lot of students come and go in the halls of NECC, and I think to also be able to end it in a Grand Finals win would be fantastic. Also to note, it is also, like we were mentioning, this is going to be one of the last competitive events as we close out on the 2025 season.
It's been all I can say is an absolute treat to even be here to watch and commentate some of these amazing players, and to know that some of them might close, other doors might open in the future, who knows. At the same time, though, we got to close this one out as we got 35 seconds towards a dragon. No vision on either side, really, by the way. Only one ward on the flip for the Chargers, and that's what the Eagles are currently going on. A warding mission of sorts, just to try and get a little bit more eyes inside the forest.
Ooh, they can go for a flank here. So when you have Kled, you can be a little bit more lenient about what vision you're allowed to give up here. Big pike onto Glacials. That's half his HP right now.
Yeah, but Revan is way out of line here. No one else was even close. They are going to burn. Now, can anyone clean it up on the back end? Split fight once again tilted in a 1v3. In goes Blamp to try and help out on the back end.
What is he
You
doing?
get annihilated. Glacials might not be pure fed, but you're still fed quite a bit. And that's the rest of the Chargers vastly overestimating their strengths and their weaknesses. And it'll be Dragon number 3 for Eagles Aquamarine.
You called it right there. That's a free kill. Blamp maybe seeing red, maybe trying to see the light at the end of the tunnel to get them over this game. You went right into the melee range of a Fizz. Like, that's a massive mistake, and I was going to say, it's okay to give up this dragon. It is only soul point. You're only going to get up to this dragon. You'll still have 5 minutes to play, but you've given over a massive amount of gold. Some of these champions are going to start to either complete their third item or get closer to really important components. That's a Seeker's Arm Guard now completed for Glacial. That could have been their fight if they were able to just stall just a little bit longer. Wait on your timings there for this fight, but either feeling the desperation in this game or thinking that the goal lead is a lot more than maybe it actually is. A pretty big mistake coming on through for the Chargers here in this game number 3.
Yeah, it almost feels like they were trying to save Revan, who was a little bit further out of that brush. Either way, though, they had to live with their consequences now, forcing a look at that top side. We saw the Baron spawn. Thank you to our observers once again here at the NECC stream. It's going to be battle lines drawn once again. Wave pressure, though, in the mid lane over to the Chargers for the time being. Top side leaning into the Eagles' way. So it's a little bit of a mix and match. Who is going to take the first catch as it's Glacials to find one? But you allow Bland to be chomped. I don't think that's what you want. Zepak trying to stay alive for the moment. But the exhaust comes down as Blamp is fully pinballed around the rest of the map. Tilted trying to do what they can. But the Chargers are falling one by one. Preem and Revan stay alive, but that's only because Preem never entered the fight to begin with. They show their face once, but the Eagles are too dang strong.
Maybe Blamp, maybe the Tristan is just not for us. You know, like we're jumping forward into these champions. Like, we don't have to do that. There's nothing compelling us. There's no hand of Mark Merrill or Brendan Beck coming down and putting on our keyboard and pressing the W button for. We can't be doing this. If you are the Eagles, you are very happy with the results of these fights. Obviously, again, now you get a Baron on top of that, and this Baron is going to run that timer into the Dragon here. Very dangerous stuff as Blamp. I get it from the Chargers. If you can get one kill, you can get these resets, but I mean, like you mentioned, Preem just not really able to find an angle in these fights, and the Chargers are just giving up more and more position in this game, where we might even see a game number 4 here. We wanted to see the Eagles actually fight back. Maybe they had some more fight in them in this series, and that could potentially come true here, but I need to see it before I can believe it.
I don't think you need to see fight out of the Eagles. I think you just need to see more fight out of Glacial specifically. Poor Glaciers has literally been pinned to the back of the fights every time in games 1 and 2. This time actually had room to breathe, and that entire fight did kick off with that catch onto Zepak. This time around, though, Tilted top laner waiting for a moment as it's a gang squad of 3. Tilted top laner is going to use that TP, skedaddle out of that bottom lane, but the TP will be down for the moment. Of course, no global objectives really around as Dragon is the closest one at 2 minutes.
Such a tough game, and I gotta say, Eagles for Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University, it is super, super important for them to find themselves here in this game. Just 2 games are really tough, 2 games that I feel like they could have won.
All right, well, the bubble lands this time, but Glacials has that Seeker's Arm Gun that you mentioned, which allows them to go ahead and fish pull out. Playful Trickster is too good. Revan, what are you doing? Now you're stepping up, and you think you're tanky, but again, you're not. Disaster Strike in more ways than one. Glacials is taken down, but the damage is already through. Tilted top laner, though, saying, listen, I might be tilted, but I can be a little bit strong, but there's no other team to help. Tilted able to take one more life, but Avocado is now online, and the Corki is free firing. Spit back, though, as that's going to be a bear trap catching on the back end. Tilted is a freaking menace and a half. But it's a 3 for 4 at the end of the day still, though, for the Chargers. You got to get back. Tilted top lane is going to try and recall and get back to defend this mid inhibitor.
All right, that's just an inhibitor gone. I think that's all you can do right now. And we have a dragon in 40 seconds. Even if the Chargers are able to grab this and steal, I don't know if it makes enough of a difference here in this game from this state. It's a 5,000 gold lead, and more importantly to me, we're going to be missing some pretty key summoner spells here. Still no flash for Blamp or for Preem. The Chargers are really finding themselves having to fight constantly from massive disadvantages here. The only thing really going for them in this game is the fact that they have that gold lead, and now they'll be looking to go towards this dragon, which will be their infernal soul if they can get it.
But Ulk, you know what the strongest power is in any universe? It's the power of friendship. And it's the power of the final arc of any squad that they're going to try and rise from the absolute depths no matter the adversities in front of them. They are currently sitting at 2-0. And for the University of Alabama in Huntsville, they still say we have some fight. Lining up for this dragon. Massive ward line headed on the top side of this dragon pit. Scuttle is taken away very, very quickly, but take a look at Blamp. Blamp clearing out that mid lane. Taking a look here. It is going to be another catch. Zepak is yet again the one to be caught, but it's not a full chunk this time. Turn around is Midback Turkey, Eastside Glacial Prison. Dragon is already smited away, though, as that's going to be Inferno Soul, and now you got to fight against the full weight of the Dragon. A chase out, though, as the rest of the Eagles don't actually want to fight this. Scarl charges in here. Dockinator in the back line. Big Fat Turkey's already out. Tilted is rushing everyone off. That leaves Dockinator a little bit alone, and you sacrifice your jungle for a support. I don't know if that's a win. However, Soul still held means a huge, huge win for the Eagles.
Can they actually go for more, though? They're going to look for a turret. This will be an objective bounty as well.
Will be big. A little bit of chase underneath. Glacial's trying to turn it around, but that's Preem to shut them down. Wave to help them close out, but no. I like
dead.
the way Preem is going to fall. And that's going to be disaster. You called the bounty, but it ain't going to be there. Eagles hold the mid-second tower.
They don't even get the objective bounty. They lose the dragon as well. Like, sure, the gold lead stays the same, but the state of the game is way past them at this point. I think we're also just seeing a lot of mechanical misplays from their opponents, so the Chargers are really starting to kind of fumble here in this game number 3, but that's fine. We mentioned it before, they have a lot of house money, and I think, obviously, you would prefer to win, but from both sides, this is a really cool perspective where, for the Chargers, they're probably feeling, okay, we could probably bounce back, let's look and start to think about game number 4 here, and for the Eagles, you're like, okay, this is momentum for us, right? Like, this is our kind of charge to start moving forward in this series. We had close games, but weren't able to bring it over the finish line, and now we've finally done it, and some of it is on that comfort, which we've been kind of having as a through line here for this series.
Of course, we also have to be extremely realistic in the fact that the Eagles are mere feet away from the finish line, but they have not crossed it. We still need to see that Nexus explode if we want to give them this game 3 and give them their due rewards. For the Chargers, they're still lined up, and they're still pushing out with Tilted at the front lines. Level 16 now, 3 items deep. And looking for that 4th, still saying, I can fight. Remember, Tilted was the one that actually caved this squad. I think it was 3 kills in the turnaround. So what do they decide to do? Posturing from the Eagles, though, is kind of every which way as they clear the wave, look for the Baron. Second Baron of the game here.
Preem's pushing on sides. Turret goes to 41. is not going to be quite taken. Dockinator is on this side. Zapax is not allowed to walk in unless Revan is next to them. You're going to have a teleport, and remember, Kled can look for an ult.
But yeah, the ult is going to be brought to you instead. Everyone dogpiling on this poor Yordle, who flashes away to safety, but the wave is able to catch more than enough. Glacials, though, going to turn it around, and down goes Zepek again. Of course, Glacials will fall just as well, but the damage is still around. Cease and desist straight to continue that battle. And it's decimation in more ways than one, as screw the dang Baron. We got the Nexus to find Ulk. They have done it. They took steps 1 through 6, and they found the magical 7th, as we have a Game 3 turnaround for the Eagles Aquamarine. They keep the grand finals alive.
The Royal Blue and Gold continue to fight here in this best of 5, sending themselves at least to another game here, potentially starting what could be a long night and a reverse sweep on our hands here, but still a lot more league to play, at least, again, one more here. And the things that are so impressive, Glacial's really standing out here in this game after 2 subpar games, and a couple of mistakes, I think. Tilted top laner definitely showing some of that kind of rust on the sides there. We saw it, I think, even bits and pieces of it in that game number 2 with the Camille versus Gnar matchup. Now here, wasn't the same kind of level of success, and a lot of those wombo combos are gone thanks to it being fearless.
Yeah, a lot of shifts here, and we're starting to see the teams figure out how they dig their way out. You also mentioned it before. First time these teams are actively playing in the NECC for a BO5. We're now in uncharted territory, and they better have more champions in the bank. Oh, I'm very excited to see what is going to go down here in just a little bit. But for those at home, I want to make sure that you get a little bit of rest. And if you need a bit of rest for your eyes specifically, well, Buy Blue Light has you covered. Their premium blue light glasses keep you sharp, focused, and ready for victory without the eye strain. Level up your game and protect your vision. Check out Buy Blue Light today, the official eye care partner of the NECC. That is BYEBluelight.com. We're going to go to a short break, and when we come back, Game 4 on the horizon.
All I seek to find is a world that's mine. Need a place to hide. Will you free my mind? Follow the light of a world that's blind. In your eyes I see there's a place for me.
Again, why does it feel so hard to breathe? Why does it feel so hard to breathe? So hard to breathe. Never found, but these voices bring me to my knees. Again, why do you waste your light on me? Again, feel the ground collapse on me.
Welcome to the marathon instead of the sprint, as we are headed to a game number 4. We saw previously that, hey, Eagles Aquamarine are able to step up, especially with Glacial. I have to give props to Glacial and, of course, Big Fat Turkey, but we'll get to that later. Glacial being given their gifted champions in there. The Fizz, between the Fizz and Akali, really did numbers in that early game.
They also, I think, just abused so many of the bad tendencies we've seen from the Chargers throughout this series. I mean, individually, I don't think we've talked too much about the bottom lanes because they haven't been super pivotal to seeing
Right.
which team is really going to succeed. But Blamp and just the entirety of the Chargers teams just looked completely off in that game. So hopefully they're able to bounce back in a good way because, I mean, obviously this is a series where they started up 2-0 and now the Eagles are potentially looking for what could be a reverse sweep.
Yeah, and I mean, it also starts with the fact that topside did not go the way that we really expected. Big Fat Turkey, we were sitting there going, okay, the Gragas doesn't really make sense. Why would you pick it? What was really going to come out of it, especially against a Kled? Things look bad. He did amazingly well. Not only that, he picked up the Medjais because he went unkillable the entire game. Now, was he the main star? No. But going unkillable, considering how games 1 and 2 went, massive step up in there as well, making these solo lanes for Eagles Aquamarine a real threat.
Yeah, the Gragas came in, and then we're like, okay, cool. And then we saw what the rest of the draft was going to look like. We're like, all right, fine. Like, this is okay. That flexibility that I was talking about there for what we wanted to see from the Chargers ended up, I think, biting them. A lot of the times the PAX just gets engaged upon because there's a Fizz, or, again, multiple fights where I'm asking, like, Blamp, please, if you just don't do this, like, your life is significantly easier. It's tough.
Yeah, I will say poor Zepak was truly chum for chum in the waters. That was, I've never seen a Nami get eaten that many times and have the ult land on their hitbox. However, going to a game number 4, we do have to figure things out because for those that may not know, obviously we don't get into a game 4 very often, and also because this is the only BO5 series in the NECC for the season. When it comes to the draft, it will proceed as usual with all 3 sets on either side, so 60, not 60, why did I say 60? It is a grand total of 30 champions banned out, but when it comes to the second phase, there will be no second phase bans, so there are 4 open slots at the very end, allowing a little bit of a breathing room for both teams.
Yeah, there's now only 3 champions you can ban on each side, which means you are a lot more hard-pressed to figure out what champions are going to really break these games in these series. And I want to note, Chargers have now played 2 games blue side, and the Eagles are now choosing to go for red a 3rd time in a row. Obviously a lot more impactful here, and as we get to potentially our 5th game, it will mean that if that happens, Chargers will have side select for our very last game. So what else is going to stick on the table here? The Xin Zhao is going to stay. Imagine the Lilia, who has been a permaban here in this series, is going to also stick.
Yeah, just a couple of those options in there. Of course, for the Eagles, they have specifically said, like, yeah, we can't let any of these through. These 2 specifically, Milio and Ari, just way too powerful. Last time, it was a Silas and an Aatrox. Those were the 2 that have been flipped between for the squad. There's a little that you mentioned, but I am curious about what the Eagles decide. to play this off as? Are they still worried about some of these big ticket wombo combo ultimates? Are they going to run a very heavy team fight? No, they do target that Aatrox instead.
What else can we see from them? Because, like, top lane has been such an interesting talking point in this series. Obviously, the second game was one of the ones where we're like, oh wow, Camille and versus Gnar? Well, this should be fine. No, it turns into, like, hey, we're going to be playing a lot more bruisers up here. So I like the Aatrox as a ban, but there are a lot more of these, like, Garen, Darius style of champions still left on the table. We're getting a Victor first pick coming on through here for Preem.
And then an answer of another long-range mage. So already seeing some shifts from the close quarters combat that the Eagles ran last time, and having that flexibility to back away. I think Preem did a good job on the LeBlanc, but this is going to give a lot more consistency. And then I say that, and we bring the Akali to the table. So quite literally, Glacials throwing everything at the wall, literally dumping out the champion pool just to see if they can continue this series.
Yeah, let's just get him on to comfort here. It was a part of our early series talk was just making sure that in these large series, in the long series anyway, you want to make sure that you can try to isolate certain champions and certain compositions. They're going to just kind of naturally play towards either our players' tendencies or just comfort. Really, really big on that, especially here in Collegiate. Going for Chargers now, we are talking about just trying to scale. We're going to go for a Bard to try to punish the Seraphine. We're going for a Smolder, which can be a little bit more susceptible to an Akali. And a Victor, who can be a bit of a lane bully, but I think all in all, seems like for the side of the Eagles, they are going for a composition that really wants to just press one button and kind of let it rip from there.
And also very pinpointed, I think, towards that Akali. This is a very set up bot lane. You were just mentioning before that the bot lanes for both these teams have been fairly quiet in the game and honestly picked on in game number 3. This time around, we're seeing the Ashe and the Seraphine. Great setup in terms of catching up to the Akali, gifting this Akali the ability to dance on through a team fight. So I like that kind of arrowhead figure and really opening the doors for Glacial. Now, the question is, will what Dockinator drafts this time around also lead to that? Dockinator has played very facilitating junglers with that, with the Vi as well, I think with the J4. So I want to see if it happens again.
What else is left? You're going to play like
true,
Lee
that's the other
Sin?
side.
You're not playing Xin
Morgana
Zhao.
jungle, just screw it. I don't know.
No. Let's move away from those champions. I will say, you kind of look at this draft. I think that they are a bit on the squishy side. Ashe can also lack a little bit of damage. We're going for full-on dive. Okay, that is where we're moving into. So Akali and Nocturne are going to be big parts of this game. Have to watch the mid-jungle. We have not seen, I think, too much of Glacials and Dockinator working together in tandem. But if we're talking about dive, this works. I don't like Shen. Shen theoretically should be able to counter Nocturne, but Nocturne presses ult and you can no longer use the Stand United. So
Yeah.
that's tough.
Yeah, it's a very lane focus again. And granted, for a tilted top laner, it has all been in that laning aspect. It doesn't matter what champion you pick. It's been very geared towards, I want to win the laning phase. I wonder if this is going to be actually a flash ignite Shen, much more for the laning phase, try and take over instead, and then look to power through later. And there's the Garen response. Okay, I like this call, Big Fat Turkey, taking up the challenge that has been laid down in the series. Bruiser versus a wannabe Bruiser. And I'm sure the way Tilted is going to play it.
This could be a Trundle top. I think it's quite interesting.
Ooh,
Shen jungle becomes a little bit more fluid as to where he wants to go. It is going to, in fact, still be the Trundle in the jungle. Still has a fine matchup into the Nocturne. I want to see heavy invades. I know that we have a like a Smolder on the bottom side, but Bard should hopefully open up for some angles for them to either look in mid lane or just get in the face of this Nocturne. Because I think when you have a Shen versus Garen and you have this matchup, the 2v2, it becomes a lot more enticing and a little bit more action-packed.
Yeah, it does, and especially since the fact that I really do hope to see the Smolder hit stacks. I want to see them hit that breakpoint and see if it does turn around on its head, and I want to see the bot lane become an explosive power. Blamp has been so quiet. I want to see Blamp have their moment in the light. I want to see Blamp be able to show up and be like, yo, I made sure that we won the grand finals as well. Either way, it will be left on the Rift for the Chargers. They just need one more step to the top of their throne. They just need one more step to take it but for the challengers, for the Eagles, who have dominated all split long, the one mar on their regular season record has come back to bite them, and they're ready to turn that around to a victory here in this playoff.
Can they do it though? It's all here. This is the last match of the season. This is the last couple of games that we'll be seeing, not just of these teams and of the NECC in total for 2025, but of some of these players. And now we're getting a level 1 here. Blind, by the way. No wards. They just decided we're throwing spells into that brush, and we're able to get a little bit of damage. Shouldn't matter too much for now.
Oh. Well, actually, that's interesting. So it's a heavy investment. The reason I say ood and odd is we're seeing some of the most aggressive warding and anti-warding positions. So deep warding coming out from Chargers in that top side, a deep ward from the Eagles on the bottom side, but a double safety ward from the Chargers means that Blamp and Zepak are actually going to be blind here on the bot side, especially when Dominator comes around, I think.
Yeah, by the time that they get here, I mean, there's just going to be maybe one ward. Bard will have access to at least one here before that happens. Depends on how fast Dominator decides to go for a clear. You know, you are playing Nocturnes, you have a little bit more access to things like that. Here's already that poke of that double range bottom lane. We'll see if Zipax and Blamp can do anything. This is also a Bard with Electrocute. They're spending it on Seraphine.
I mean, I don't dislike that, but come level 2, you're like, really? Okay, like, I'm going to heal that up. Either way, though, a nice little start. As we said, this bot lane has also been very, very volatile in just its own little vacuum. We saw First Blood come down after some chips was able to get a great pin against the wall. Zepak stood up a little bit too fast. With the level 2s being hit, though, Zepak picks up 2 very nice Cocoa Cups and says thank you very much in the mid lane, though. Preem making sure to throw down that damage. Glacial's rightfully so will take the brunt of this melee versus ranged matchup.
Alright, so he knows Dominator is here. Shouldn't be under any threat. Wave is fine. Glacials is going to have to answer this. This is slowly getting chipped away at. Now Dominator will get spotted as he crosses through mid to get to his bottom side. Trundle is already here, though. Trundle's already done with the Raptors camp, and so that means that there will be about a 10-second desync between Dominator and Revan, that he can maybe look for something, maybe not necessarily through the tri-brush, but especially around trying to contest some of these early scuttle camps.
An award placed by Avocado will also mean that everyone sees everyone as well, so that'll be a nice pace of play, a much quieter early game. I feel like we've seen, at least when it comes to the kills. I say that and I spoke a little bit too soon. This big fat turkey eats a lot more damage, has been sitting almost permanently at around the 200 to 300 HP. Of course, for Garen, that's not too much of a worry. But Tilted top laner, even though they did lose out in the last 2 in the laning phase, still very willing to play up front and center, saying I am the big player. On top of Ward, though, Evan gets a nice little portal in, but a nice double bind means some chips is able to stave off that gank.
I wonder if Revan was going to be willing to just trade the flash with one of the 80 carries and just drop a pillar on top of them. Glacial's looking to fight in mid to try to trap this Victor.
I like it. It's a fight on 2 fronts, by the way, as I don't know if Revan actually wants to go for this. A nice tether on the back end. Revan is able to grab one, but slowed at the very end. This is a double flash follow. Easy all day long. Was it worth it, Revan? I want you to think again.
Well, what is Preem doing here? Preem, you can't be here, brother.
Uh-oh. You thought you had a ward. You thought you had some time. And now you lose your flash as well. You won't lose your life, but already Eagles punishing these mistakes from Chargers.
This is a Scuttle Crab going over to Revan, and while he does lose his flash, you know, you're similarly trading the 2v2 here. Turkey's got to be very careful. Laning phase-wise is a tougher matchup.
Oh my gosh. Dominator has jumped from bot river to mid. Top side now truly influencing every bit of the map.
Kill.
But maybe not enough. As Tilted top later quite literally solos that out. Revan was only there for the support. It's a turnaround for UAH, a much needed one, of course.
Exactly, and this is the part of the lane that's so difficult when you're playing as a Garen, is Shen in lane is really, really dominant. That taunt is make or break the entirety of the lane, and also just having a free way of dodging out on the silence. Very much a very tough matchup to pilot early. You'll get better as you get items, and as you are Garen, you'll probably just get more stats as the game goes on, but I think is probably the one shining spot here. We're going to be expecting for this Smolder to eventually get to a point where you get to the executes, but it's all about whether or not they actually survive any of it, thanks to the burst that the Eagles have.
A little bit of catch on the top side, though, as Big Fat Turkey was a little bit too fat, looked to try and get a bit too greedy, and this time Revan is able to pick one up for themselves. That is putting a nice little pinch in there. Preem, though, getting the glacial treatment from games 1 and 2. 2 visits from Dockinator. Maybe a third if we see that turnaround, but Glacials maybe walked a little bit too far. The Chaos
Yeah,
is
Shen ult.
not going to reach, though. There will be a turn, and it is
Oh!
tilted top laner ain't waiting for the late game. A 2-for-1. You'll take that all day long.
Oh, hell yeah. And even if Glacials does get that, think about all of these Victor stacks that he's getting. Already has one of his evolves as well. That's an amazing find coming on through from Tilted top laner. Gets to level 6, and immediately he's able to make an impact with that ult.
And I also love the fact that we see what almost feels like the sit-up moment. I always love pointing these out, but it's the moment where we see teams, just something clicks. They either sit up, they actually zone into the game, they adjust their headset, they turn on the sound, whatever you want to say. But Tilted went from I'm gonna farm early to I'm going to influence anywhere. As soon as level 6 hit, I am joining in and we're diving this tower. I want to see if Tilted can keep up that pace, though, as we look towards the rest of this early game.
It's all about when you can take turns here. For Tilted, just found the kill. They found 2 of them onto Big Fat Turkey, so he says, okay, Garen's not going to be here to answer the wave immediately, so I now get to make my turn and get to play on the rest of the map. Now he gets to continue to push this wave, utilizing that Tiamat passive to help him push. Revan has to get out of here. There'll be a portal to get him away to safety. Once the level 6s are available for the bottom lane, it'll be a little bit of a different story, but Glacials with that perfect execution and the Nocturne Darkness available to them should just mean that we're going to farm waves for the time being, and an early Dragon will go over to the Eagles.
I believe 3rd time so far for the Eagles. Eagles Aquamarine have really focused on these Dragon takings. Game number 3 was the one that we saw them actually get a lot of use out, got the soul for themselves. Game number 2, I believe they got too early, and then it kind of petered out as the Chargers ran hard. But they are really focused on that global objective, on keeping that Dragon alive in their own frame. For Preem, though, it's all about that 1v1, dropping the Chaos Storm very early, willing to expend that ultimate charge at the drop of a hat, it feels like.
Ultimate is fine. Like, the Arcane Storm is so OP because it just lets you farm the minion waves very safely. Nocturne is looking towards mid. We're seeing constant cancels of a recall here. Revan's going to get spotted on the grubs, but it's just not going to matter. This team is so much better on side lanes than their opponents, especially because of how top lane has looked. 3 grubs going over to them is a really nice boon. It's all about, again, whether or not who is going to be matching the Shen on sides, and can we, as kind of a reverse situation of game number 2, can we be the ones, as the Eagles, punish this Victor on side lanes?
See if they can do so. But of course, right now, Preem is just stopping some recalls, as they've done a few times before. And they'll force Glacials to stick around for just a mite longer. Zepak, for their own, has been a little bit more active, considering Blamp has been able to keep farm fairly safely, matching the 64-63 position. It does allow him to be around like this. Glacials taking a hammering right now, as they're forced to recall at maybe a suboptimal moment. 10 CS lead to Preem.
Yeah, just look at the other lanes, though. Like, top lane, the gold is going to definitely be in his favor, mostly just from the kills and assists that he has. We're up in mid lane, which is not unexpected. Our bottom lane's going even in this double range matchup, and Seraphine continues to get nerfed. I'm kind of in the waiting room for Riot to change this champion, because it's just proven that they cannot balance this champ.
Well, another part about this is Dockinator saying, nobody balance Nocturne, please. That was such an easy one to pick up. Tilted top laner down for 20 seconds.
Yep, he'll TP back to this wave if he really needs it. Ultimate is up and available if there is a play in the opposite side of the map, so this is kind of like about a 10 to 20 second window where I can see the Chargers maybe looking for something. You can play a little bit more aggressively just because he can kind of bounce between the waves. Looking for something potentially on bottom lane. Remember, there's no Nocturne ultimate here. So going for a dive, Revan not spotting this.
Actually, I believe was able to see Glacials, and now they're going to try and turn around. Perfect execution, use number 1. Zeppek, though, burning that heal. In comes the Temper Fate, and you're able to catch 2, but the portal's in the wrong direction. In comes Mom, though. Encore turned it around. So
what are we
exchange of
doing?
ultimates, but what a catch! The stasis will hold some chips close, and that allows Preem to flash on in. Flash out with the arrow to slow them down as Revan is denied a tower dive. Nice exchange overall, and it looks like the Chargers are always willing to scrap.
They're going to get this. They can maybe go for more turret plates here. That's a hefty investment of flashes, though.
And also a TP as well. Glacials goes into the Shroud to buy a little bit of time. And they draw the TP from the top side. Big Fat Turkey looking, but a nice pillar to slow them down. But keep in mind, it's giving a lot of time for Dockinator, who this entire time has been powering through this mid lane. Waves and 2 plates.
That is a good jungler right there. That guy said, hey, I don't have ultimate. You guys can make this play. I'm going to go get me some gold. You guys keep doing whatever you're doing. Look, he's pathing up. I know he's just getting a scuttle right now, but he might make his way up to that top lane if Big Fat Turkey wasn't there. So very close bit of charades there for them. Going back to that play, though, I still don't know if that was worth it. Like, cool, we got the kill onto some chips, but...
Yeah.
Like, Blamp ults and then, like, flashes forward and immediately walks back. We're not talking about when we're using the Shen ultimate either.
Oh, well, that's actually wise. They're just straight up looking for the assassination. You were saying, Elk.
I mean, sure, cool, we killed him twice. Now it makes it a little bit more worth it, but, like, we've now used 4 flashes for a single play. See how much more they can get from this. Shen's going to recall, teleport back. A Titanic Hydra now completed, and Revan... He's just sitting in the 1v1. He's like, I'm holding the wave for my top laner, and it does not matter. Dockinator's coming, though, and so is Glacials.
As long as Tilted sees this, it's okay. However, that brush is empty. It's also a pinch around the side. Quick paranoia to blank out the skies. A nice ability to slow them down, but in comes Glacial. Glacial making sure the execute pops off in one way or another. So bye-bye Revan here in the top lane.
Glacial's going to move forward. Shouldn't matter all that much because it's just going to be a wave. They got it in. They got the kill. Also goes on to Glacials, which feels very nice. He's got to be careful. This could just be a solo coming on through. Okay, taunt doesn't land, but very close stuff here. And overall, I still think this is fine for the Chargers. You got some push in mid. Maybe another kill here for Preem.
Oh, Tempered Fate. I don't know if Preem actually wanted that, because the arrow comes through now, and you get the blast cone out to safety.
Wow.
Zeppek stalling out his own mid laner, and that just hurts. Of course, Avocado there to save their support.
Ooh, and does Preem get to walk back in? Revan is here to help. He's going to miss out on some parts of this wave, so a good punish. Eagles are definitely make them work for this game number 4. And so I'm just looking. Smolder's at 100 CS. Imagine he was about 20 behind the ball, so he's probably around 80. Let's have Essence Reavers who can farm a little bit more efficiently. There's a Dragon up and available now as Eagles, Aquamarine are just going to take a second one. That feels really good. You want to be able to keep the pace of this game very tight. You're going up against a Smolder, against a Victor, that 2-item wake up, and around that 20 to 25 minute mark where they start to get all of their stacks, and especially that execute, that is kind of where you want to make your pace and say, okay, look, we're going to put you on soul point by around that time.
Do like it. Of course, for Zeppek, who was rotating around, was like, all right, you went for Dragon. I'll look to kind of bully you out. It's going to be a double up. Quick portal out, but Dockinator is in the zone. Keep eyes on that paranoia. About 2 seconds off here. Zeppek is spared by the skin of their teeth. But of course, it's all about the bullying. Zeppek now on a magical journey in one way or another.
Is also spotted thanks to the Hawk shot. Not going to be able to do all that much. We have Herald spawning in 20 seconds here. Members of both teams making their way across the map. Good cancel onto Glacials. Remember, he doesn't have teleport, so he has to just stay now. Like, now we're either going to be late for this objective, which seems like that's going to be the case. Another cancel for Glacials. At this point, you're just staying for the wave, and now you're in a spot where you're going to be down gold because you haven't spent it, right? Unspent gold means nothing in the grand scheme of the game. So you're at a pretty nice advantage if you are the Chargers.
Ooh, okay. Well, not only that, there's a paranoia coming in. Arrow from downtown as well. As the fight is kicking off here for the Chargers in the mid lane. They actually dropped Doc quite low, but the Encore charms up 4. Glacial's wondering if they want to turn it around, but they're going to flash out to safety. Avocado throwing down the peppering spray. But Blamp draws that Stand United and Tilted joins the fight. Nobody falls, but everyone meets here in the ARAM in the mid.
You can see it's a little tense though. Garen is here and has an execute. Doesn't have flash, so it's a little bit tougher. That Shen ultimate went onto Blamp and not onto Preem. He walked forward and then immediately had to leave, recognizing he wasn't getting the Stand United. And with all of those trades, a no one going down, the Eagles will be the one to claim the Herald unless some kind of steal comes on through.
And the HP bars are really there, but Revenant's coming around.
Whoa!
Flashing way too late. Chomp, chomp, body gone. And Eagles, Aquamarine will hang on to that objective.
It just feels like the calibration might just be off here for the Chargers. Like, we are going for the right play in essence, but maybe the execution isn't there. Or I think that mid play is well-founded, but I think investing in ultimate for an Akali ultimately just isn't really worth it, especially because we have an idea that their team is in the area. So if they can just tighten up these small things, that makes such a big difference. Big Fat Turkey walks in with the Q, he hits the E, and the minion wave's gone.
No items, by the way, just like multiple components sitting in the background, whereas Tilted top laner is rocking out with that Hydra. This is that difference that we're watching here. Either way, back to the battle line, 17 minutes into the game. We're still seeing the scrappiness come out here as Zepak willing to portal in different ways, but everyone drawing the battle lines, everyone in a laning aspect. You can see Preem in the bot side. Arrow goes wide though. Flash underneath the tower. Dominator quickly scuttles out. Tempered Fate goes wide. But in the darkness, no one really finds purchase at the end of the line here. Dominator still trying to run as far as possible as their HP bar continues to drop.
Can I, is there any way that I could describe this as, we are just pressing buttons because it feels good? Because, Blamp
That's an apt
flash.
description, though.
The Blamp flash is fine. We're now going to use Herald, but why are we throwing ult there as Zepax? It almost feels like we are maybe panicking or some kind of miscoordination is going on. It's fine, but now you lose the turret for it. You won't have this flash going into this next fight, and this is a dragon that I really feel you need to fight for. But now you just don't really have the options to do so. Also, look at the level lead between our two junglers. Dominator up 50 in the jungle and is 2 levels over. Already has a 2nd point in that paranoia.
It's a ridiculous pace for a Nocturne of all things, can be that carry at the end of the day as well, and I love the fact that you pointed that out. It just feels like they're chasing and not really seeing the prey at the end of the day. It's only Tilted right now that's winning a lane opportunity for the side of the Chargers. The only one to really feel like they have a handle on the current situation, even if the CS is down by quite a few numbers. We are looking at about a 1.3k lead for Eagles' side. We'll see if they can put that to use. As he said, Dragon up in just a bit. Once again, the Infernal to cry on out and give a lot of purchase of the damage output.
Can they walk in? They have very little vision. There's a Shen who just teleported topside, and Big Fat Turkey can't match, but he's half HP right now on this champion. Spax, gotta be careful. This is a very dangerous dance you're taking right now. You see Ashe on the mid lane. She's going to clear this wave. She gets to stay that far up because they have a Nocturne. As long as Nocturne is not on vision, that is basically like a Chekhov's gun that they can never find out until it is Eagles that want to pull the trigger.
Can't wait to see that Temper Fate be that Zhonya's that they need, but Zepak steps up way too far. Tries to flash to safety, is able to respond, but someone's going to follow through that portal.
No way.
No way. No way. Okay, Glacial's able to finish it off, but how much further are you going to go? Charm out with the Encore, though, and you have to know someone's coming around the backside. Glacial's tries to run to the backside, but it's a shutdown over to Blamp. And my God, even though that was a far press, Zepak is able to make it an even game by drawing Glacials into the back line. However, another catch on the far side. Big Fat Turkey looking for the fight. Execute drops the jungler. That's a big win at the end of the day. Now, how many more can you find? Tilted trying to run interference. Big Fat Turkey chasing Preem. Not going to go down without a fight, but there's the fear and flee. Poor Tilted top laner will fall and pay the price. The rest of the team can do nothing more but watch the objectives fall.
Just recall, please. Just hit the back button. Teleport, Preem. I'm begging you, man. Dragon's gonna go over to the side of Eagles. Aquamarine, you're giving compliments to Setbacks. I personally think that he kind of ruined the play there. Like, you're going forward. Yes, you get caught. And sure, we trade the kill onto Glacials, but look at where the rest of his team is. They can have no space to enter into this Dragon. They'll still lose the objective. And now you've given over a flash from Preem. Tilted top laner. You use the ultimate. What did we do with it? Nothing. Cool, now we're using Tempered Fate, we're stalling out some of their recalls, but what does it matter? Preem just teleported to the top side of the map. We're never contesting this Otacon anyway. It's almost meaningless now here.
It does feel like the conditions and the timeline for a lot of these objectives has gone completely out of whack, as there has been such a hefty focus on, can I kill this player? And the answer is generally yes. Another arrow flies fast, as it feels like the button pressing is very, very real, but in a way, that still makes sense. It feels like Eagles are saying, dude, it's our last game. Stop hesitating and just hit the button. Granted, it's not working, but at least they're trying. I'll give them that.
I'm considering this a win. Like, we're getting free kills. We just got the bottom lane turret. I really don't care if Glacial dies in these fights, because we're kind of pushing and progressing the state of the game. The fact that Big Turkey is having even more impact now in this series is, I think, very, very telling for kind of the narratives that we had going into Games 1 and Games 2 here. Otacon's going to get started up. There's a teleport available for this Garen, but just look at this. Blam's going to have his flash coming up soon, but he has no cleanse.
Nothing truly available, so they have to back away. Dropped it down quite a bit. Is it going to reset yet? No. Okay, it's still tagged. So I was wondering about this. If it resets, then it might be a full reset. There it is. It's walked out of range. There's a reset that we are wondering about. Goes back to max. 15,000 HP is what you got to chew through. Okay, that is the most obvious death rush I think I've ever seen.
They saw two of them walk in there, so yeah, for sure. You have a 2-item Smolder. It doesn't look like he has his Execute quite yet, and Glacial's on a known flank here. All they need to do is just push them out. You don't have to engage here, guys.
Oh, Glacial, what a call! In goes a little bit of the paranoia, but they bolted appropriately. That's going to be a kill. Number one, Temper Fate to slow them all down. Avocado's free firing, though. And this might be the look of a turnaround. HP bars are low on either side, but a little bit more on the side of Eagles. And look who's spitting. Blam, firing away. Preem is able to get the laser down. And now, all of a sudden, it's Eagles on the run. The prey has turned into the hunter. And where did Chargers get away with these?
The Chargers can't do much. We're just going to have to reset and go again. Dragon spawns in 2 minutes, so maybe this might just be an Otacon into Dragon play for one of our future teams. That was a moment where we saw them not have any of the available tools. No Ashe ultimate, no Seraphine ultimate, so it became a bit of a tougher ask. And that right there again, I didn't need to see Glacials go in. You just need to slowly move out, clear out the vision, and then you put your opponent into a position where now it's completely fogged out. There's no available way of being able to see the Otacon without walking into them, and that would have been a much better spot, but the Eagles maybe getting a little bit ahead of themselves here, maybe tasting victory before blowing up a Nexus. And now we're going again. Control of the bottom side. Turkey's going to push this mid-wave in, and maybe we look for something around this bottom side Dragon.
Oh, Glacials saying, I have no other option.
What is he doing?
Setback, though, said, I have no other options, and took a portal into enemy territory, but it does yield a kill on the other side. The messiness is starting to get worse and worse, and Alk, you're calling it perfectly. Eagles, why are we doing that, man?
So let's put stuff into context here. This is the East Conference, and Alabama, and this is so Embry actually has 2 campuses, but this is, I'm assuming, going to be the Daytona Beach one in Florida. It is 11 o'clock now, and they've played 4 games. This is our 4th game. Right? Like, if we're being honest, it's going to be a long day. They probably were already up before this, obviously. And now we're going into Game 4, potentially a Game 5, if the Eagles can win this game. We're starting to see some of that cleanliness, some of that level of play start to dip due to just natural fatigue. And I think The marathon versus the sprint, we play best of threes all season long, except for a single best of 5 here in the finals. There's only so much you can prep for, and it's really tough to get that kind of preparation.
Well, the preparation is currently going down on about 3 different fronts here. Avocado running for their life, but it was a Dominator on the far end off your screen. Laser comes down, though, as Preem takes their life, and it's a 1v1 for Revan against Big Fat Turkey. That ain't gonna go their way. Zepax has to walk away now, as there's another tether on the back end, but Tilted says, dude, I got the
Glacials!
damage. But it opens up for Glacial to fire on the back end. Blamp is now very low, and you can't continue any further, as that will be yet another 2 for 3, but this time in the opposite direction, as it's Eagles to take 3 lives.
Glacial's just having such a big impact. They do not care about this Otacon. Let's get this Dragon Soul up and ready for ourselves. 15 seconds for Preem. He can maybe teleport. It is only Tilted who can make any difference here in this play. Can he somehow outsmite the jungle? It's not going to even attempt it. It's just going to be a 3 Infernal Drake going over to the Eagles Aquamarine.
And you want to know the worst part about this? Is I can't even say Soul is a deciding factor with how messy this game has been, with how messy the engages, the disengages, and choices have been. I don't even know if the Soul will be enough to determine that Eagles win this game. I will say it gives them a hefty advantage, though, as Blamp is calling a shot and starting up the Otacon, but it's on top of a ward that they just now scanned out, and everyone's dogpiling down on the bot side.
Immediate TP. I like this from Tilted top laner, and there's still no execute here for Blamp. He is 5 stacks away.
They're looking, and it could turn here. In goes a quick deletion of Revan. Otacon is going to go the way of Eagles as they say hello to every buff. I might not have called it earlier, but the Otacon just might seal it. It's a quick charm, a tilted top laner as Preem is tilted in the wrong freaking direction. It's the entirety of the Chargers stopped at 0 miles an hour as it's an ace for the Eagles Aquamarine.
I think that Infernal Soul just made it way too difficult for them to play. You get all of this burst damage from Dominator, all of this burst from Glacials on this Akali, and they make it impossible for the Chargers to really stand and let some of these slower fighting champions like a Victor and a Smolder from getting all of that important damage down. He got the execute mid-fight, but it doesn't matter. They already got the Otacon, and now massively ahead in this game, finally at a 5,000 gold lead. The Eagles are doing it, Orbital. They're starting to make it happen here. Are you a believer? A reverse sweep on our hands. They'd have to win this one and the next, but it's looking real good at that chance.
Step 1 already completed. Make us believe. Step 2, complete the dream. Step 3, make it all a reality. And you're on step 1.5 right now. Revan, though, wants to put a stop in that plan. It will be difficult as Zepak walks straight into enemy territory. As much as I hate to say it, though, as a support, you don't have many choices.
Oh!
They're going to land right on your backside. You were trying to ward, trying to get information, and the information bit you in the backside.
That's just going to be the Baron for free going over. Gets the kill. Victor's going to farm on the bottom side and maybe get closer to a second item. Zonia's is very important, I won't lie. Being able to have that for this Victor in these kind of fights, but it also might just be too damn late here. Now, if you are the Chargers, if you want any chance of finishing out the series in a 3-1 fashion, if you want to be able to come back from what is a insane deficit here in this game, you're looking at that Elder in 3 minutes. You got to survive the next 3 minutes, and you got to be able to make good headway towards this bottom side. I like the fact they're pushing this lane. It gives us some avenues to play later on.
It's all coming to a close here. Chargers watching their top side get pushed. They're putting a lot of farm in Preem. Preem still farming up on that bot side, completely alone, hoping to get that 3rd item completed. Till the top laner chunked out here. Rest of the squad joins. Bounty picked up number 1. Remember, Blamp now has execution. Temper Fate going to whiff, though. Big Fat Turkey does have a blast cone to play for. Juggle is continuing as Preem is like, dude, no one's recalling. I can still push. I can get a lot of gold.
Yeah, we're getting objective bounties here, and they're not able to finish these turrets. Cool. We got 1 turret. We got 1 inhibitor. Now, we can trade potentially on the opposite side here. I mean, this is fine. He just needs to be able to spend this gold now.
That's going to be another arrow straight to the back side. A nice taunt to slow things down, though, as the real engage is coming on in. Quick recall coming in from Preem. But look at that dance right now. Tilted is down, but their base is kinda in shambles. But they haven't lost. That's the big part.
We talked about the Elder maybe being an equalizer, some way for them to get back in this game. They didn't get the bottom lane inhibitor turret. That would have really, I think, broken this game and given them one avenue of success to be able to potentially contest for that dragon. They need to be able to push out this wave, and they'll do so as they finish their recalls. I'm looking at that flash, not available for Blamp, no cleanse either. And so it doesn't matter in my mind if Execute is available for Smolder. There is just not enough damage elsewhere in this game that makes it relevant. Very similarly to like a Jinx, you need help to be able to get all this done. Smolder very rarely can be a champion all by himself. We're not even kind of set up for this play now, where we lose priority in mid. I like this respect from Blamp. No summoner spells. He is not allowed to step on this wave because they know Dockinator has his ult. Preem's going to push on top side, and he's going to have to teleport, but they have no vision. This is an impossible... This might just be a one-way trek for Revan if he just tries to steal.
Problem is where are you flashing? Are you flashing into the pit? Are you flashing to get into range of the pit, considering how dark it is right now? Every step is a gamble for everyone playing in this game, as Zepax is just looking to try and farm everything up. Glacials goes over the wall, stunned against the wall, though, and puts Zepax very far away. It's a step up, though, as it's a full grouping. The meeting has been made. 5 members on 5. It's still 25 seconds. Glacial just really wants to find an execute, as Blamp is like, dude, give me more stacks.
There's not much for them to do. It's like
Really?
we're just using the ultimate now. Okay, to be fair, it's a 40-second cooldown, right? Like, this
True.
is all about just getting priority. They know that they have it from mid lane thanks to having the inhibitor. They're just trying to get this wave in, and now, I mean, look at this. They have such good ward coverage coming on through. Very few of them available for the Chargers.
It's going to be started up here. Elder is in range, in the backside. Once again, Glacials go, but again, Dragon is the main call. In comes Mom, and down goes Zepax. The Dragon, not even contested, as that's Elder. Every single global feels like it has fallen into their pockets. And it's the entirety of the Eagles walking with every buff imaginable outside of Baron.
As soon as Revan flashes back into the red buff pit, that's just like, that's it. It's like, okay, we're not fighting for this anymore, and might not even be able to fight any longer here in this game number 4. End of the game, and I'm so impressed with how they've been able to bounce back from Eagles Aquamarine. We'll see one final push here with Elder at their backs. They should be more than willing to just walk forward, and I mean, a flash Q silence from Big Fat Turkey might just one-shot Blamp here.
You know what? Do one better. Paranoia point blank. Send them
There you go.
to darkness ASAP. Put some absolute shellacking on the end of this game, because for the Eagles, you have done it against multiple odds, against a lot of hazardous moments. You have fought back to a game number 5. Waves are not their friends right now, though. They're still waiting for the supers.
It's hard for them to touch these waves right now. The only person who can reliably siege is Ashe, and outside of that, you're kind of waiting for another member of the Chargers Blue to make a big mistake. Alabama and Huntsville are not going to give them that, but they're able to wait out this Elder right into a Baron. Baron will definitely let them end. It is significantly easier to siege on an Nexus turret with this comp if you have Baron versus Elder, but we'll see. This is kind of last calls here for anybody on the side of the Chargers Blue to do something to save this game.
I think the other side is also extremely easy to take Baron when you have Elder in your back pocket as well. Every piece is falling together. That's going to be a great arrow across straight onto the one you wanted, as Revan doesn't even get the chance to look for the seal. Rest of the team is now forfeit as they get ulted on Paranoia to draw the fight to a close. Temper Fate only locks one, meaning the execute on execute will take the 4th life. Only one stands in their way, and it's Preem, the victor that wished they had the arcane knowledge. The no wave in tow means Ashe will round it out. Alk, I did not believe, and I feel so bad, as the inhibitor will slow them down for just a moment. But here in Div 3 for the League of Legends Grand Finals of the Fall 2025 split, we are going to a game number 5.
And it could only be one way. Both teams from the B conference of the East Division, both teams number 1 and number 2 in that division. They were waiting for this rematch. I remember talking with them. They're saying, like, well, the only reason we really lost to them was because our sub mid laner was out. And now, after what was 2 games, and we were like, oh, there's no sauce here, right? Like, what's going on? There is absolutely nothing that we're seeing from the Eagles that kind of shows that this was a really competitive match in the regular season. Now, here in the very last game now for NECC in 2025 in the League of Legends, it all comes down to this.
I hate and love at the exact same time that we are here. So I will not draw it out any further. We are going to go to a short break because I know the players are going to be more than ready for this Game 5 to close it out and to crown a champion at the end of the day. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Way too many faces in the crowd, but I think that I see you. One too many days got me changing up the way that I need you. Now we're both at a bar, acting like it's not hard, trying to feel something different. Talk to somebody new, kinda wish it was you, kinda numb to the feeling. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months and I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Not that you're gone, I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Laying on my floor, thinking about all the things that we've been through. From 24/7 to pretending like I never met you. No, it's all for the best, cause I know we're a mess every time we're together. Going out of my mind, and I wish I could lie, tell you that it gets better. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months where I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months and I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I stand back and I watch you explore in perfect visions like I've been here before. falling faster. I try to ignore. I see you. I see you. I'll let you drag me to hell if you hold my hand. Tell me this is real and it will never end. This is not what I came here to find. Memories show that I'm out of time. See a shadow, don't know if it's mine, but I see you. I see you. I see you. I see you. I'll let you drag me to hell if you hold my hand. Tell me this is real and it will never end.
One more time. We played the Silver Scrapes at least in our heads, and we hopefully get a Silver Scrapes-esque match, as right now it has been Eagles Aquamarine, a squad that has flown on in more ways than one, and are now battled their way to a possible reverse sweep. Alk Battery, I'm excited to see what gets thrown down here.
Oh yeah, we're finally here. We thought this series 2 games in was gonna be a 3-0. We're gonna have an early night, but we have been pleasantly surprised here. And yet again, now 4 games in a row, we are seeing the Eagles fly over to the red side And we're going to see if the Chargers can stay on this. They've been trying to go for Blues. Oh. Uh-oh.
Okay.
Oh,
I think
sorry.
we're good. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think we're good. So, what we are worried about is the fact that, or not worried, we're reconfirming, is the fact that when it comes to a Game 5 and a BO5 series, per NECC rules, there are no bans whatsoever. All it is pick your champions and good luck. Now, this means more things than one, which is things are about to get wild. Counter picks are very important. First picks are very important. And for the Chargers who have opted for blue side, once again, it'll be a test if blue side will be their friend.
That's what I was kind of wondering. I'm like, okay, we're kind of getting through. Unfortunately, the way it's set up, we do have to like go through bans. Personally, I would just tell them, guys, just start throwing troll bans. Just start throwing like champions that have already been played in the series, and we can kind of just get it over with. But the fact that there's no bans, so let's think about champions that are going to be here. I mean, I don't imagine there will be a set blind pick coming on through, but Xin Zhao has been a consistent one that we've seen. Are we going to get the Melio? And if that is the case, like, what champions are we going to be pairing with it? I think Caitlyn is one that is really interesting. Also, where are all of the engaged champs? Like, where are my Alistars? I know Rel was banned in a few of the games, but like, where's my Nautiluses? Where are my Rakans? These champions have been missing for all of this series.
Well, another one that's been missing is the Lilia. You were mentioning it before. It's the Lilia first pickup here, coming in for Revan, who games 3 and 4 looked a little bit shaky, but very comfortable on the aggression, but now getting a signature, which is banned out all game, and a steal away. This one been banned so far on the flip, which actually makes me wonder, are we seeing flip sides right now? I
don't
wonder
know.
if the
That's up
Chargers
for
are
my
actually on
prod.
red.
Just flame
Yeah.
prod if that's the case.
Yeah.
The fearless bands.
The Emilio and the Sivir. Okay.
The fearless bands have not really like been super like on the same side, so I think it's less relevant. Again, we'll have to check what happens in the game. Melio Sivir, really safe bottom lane. We know that these games come down to team fighting, so I like that this is going to be kind of the default or the opener here for Eagles Aquamarine. Or on the other side for the Chargers, Rel, Lilia, going for Samira. Okay, we're playing an aggro strategy. There's my engage.
You know what this is? This is I have nothing left in the tank, and I saw this champion, and I'm going to play it. That's what it is. At the same time, I do agree there is engage. Xin Zhao was another one that has been banned out almost permanently throughout the entirety of the series. It is now drafted for the Eagles, and it is going to be in that R3 position.
Okay. I think the idea of Samira is cool. Unfortunately, the way that you're a lot of times going to be playing some of these lanes is going to be really tough. Like, Sivir's going to constantly push you in. And where else are we going to be able to find wave clear? Because some of the other mages that would be able to be doing that are kind of gone. Victor and Ryze, in my mind, really stick out. Are we going to see an Ahri this game? Because Sylas has been a champion. Sylas and Ahri have been going like back and forth on bans. That is also maybe another thing that kind of opens that up or helps it. But then you're stacking mages with a Lilia, and you typically either want an AD mid or something that's going to facilitate and be more of an engage for this champion.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a draft in there where it feels like maybe you are just picking to go along, and if it works, it works, though. We have been surprised before, as we said, the Zac, there have been the Malphite in there. These are things that sometimes yield results. My big question is coming down to this R4 position. For the Eagles, so far they have, at least most of the compositions, have felt very cohesive in their own way. And there it is, as you said, that set that was banned out for 4 games straight is now on the table and picked up blind.
What is going to be the answer here for Tilted Top? He's tried to play some of these counters. He's been able to get the advantage in some of these lanes. Going for the Aatrox, this is not as clean. I think this could really be a very volatile matchup, especially with where Set is right now in terms of itemization. He gets to like 3 and 4 items, and he is very, very scary. Same thing for the rest of this team. If they can go a little bit later, that is really where they can kind of put the bread on their butter, the melted butter by that chance.
Okay. Listen, if it's on bread, I can't chew it. That's the problem. I know some people are
So
like,
what do you do with the bread?
chew
Wait, hold up. How are you eating the bread
see,
then?
I knew this question was going to come up. I get it all the time. And listen, I just chew my butter as I chew it. You leave me and my stick of butter alone. Here's the deal, though. If you want to see bans in this game, well, there it is. Literally, like, 5 of the bans that we saw in the previous games are on the table to see in this game.
Yeah, and now we even have an Aurora as well. This is full on from my expectations. The Chargers trying to make the game a little bit easier for themselves. Rel, very solid engage. There's not many champions, I think, that can deal with her very intently. Talia is very interesting as she basically can put a stopgap to what the Chargers want to do. The Unraveled Earth makes it incredibly difficult for this team to walk forward, but Aurora in lane is a beast. So this is kind of the make or break moment here for Glacials. He's had some good games. He's shown us some pretty bad games so far here in this series. And Aurora is one of the tougher lane matchups that if you can get around this, or if you can find a way to skirt around the matchup and go even, I think you are looking at the Eagles completing that reverse sweep.
Yeah, not just that. I mean, it also draws eyes over to Dockinator, who, in my opinion, has played so well in these last few games. And even in their losses, was very motivated, always proactive, always trying to make things happen. We talked about the J4. It was 4 kills in the early game, just wasn't able to convert come mid to late. Some around, given a champion that is well known as that carry. And then screw it, I'll talk about the rest of the team because the Eagles, Big Fat Turkey in the top side, has yielded results in these past few as well. It is now coming to a head, in my opinion at least, that we are getting down to skill versus skill, lane matchups versus lane matchups. Who's got the stamina to finish up this 5th game?
Oh yeah, we're going into midnight here. Daytona Beach, like Alabama. We're on the East Coast right now, and it's getting late. You're playing a full 5-game series. I feel like that is it is the perfect summation and probably the best kind of coincidence of all these things kind of coming together. Final games of the season. We're in December. We're towards the end of the calendar year. It's the last games we'll be seeing for the fall split of NECC. And again, we've talked about it throughout the series, but for Tilted, for Zipax, and for Revan, this will be their last series of competitive NECC that we see from them. So I think to have it go out on potentially what is either a reverse sweep or a very crushing game here could be it's too beautiful. It's only written.
Yeah, I mean, listen, either you're opening that present and it's a beautiful cake, or it's a coal at the bottom, but it's nicely wrapped. At least you just don't know what's inside. As we're headed to the Rift, and I gotta say it one more time, here tonight in the NECC, we might be getting our first head-on collision in quite some time.
Go.
As there's the crash down, Dockinator flashing over the wall, but not followed on the flash. Instead, it is Avocado who runs for the hills. But namely again, no first blood.
That face breaker could have changed lives there. Flash coming in from Dockinator keeps him alive. I'm surprised no one would have gone a little bit more there. Instead, we're going to opt away from these trades. But wow, we're starting off with a bang. And thankfully no one goes down. And when we look at this game, this is a very, very easy game to play Lilia if you are just full clear maxing. All you're doing is just clearing your camps, looking into one of our lanes, and then going back into our camps. Lilia is going to have such a field day around the low-range composition that Eagles are showing. But if you look at it from the opposite side, we have a scaling bot lane matchup. We have Talia, who, in theory, can offer so much to this team. And I think Set can be such a monster. I think the theoretical ceiling of this composition from Eagles Aquamarine is really, really high. It's about whether or not they can reach that.
I mean, they're reaching for the stars more and more every single time we see them. So let's see if they can go ahead and collect on it, as some chips might have had a little bit of a DC issue. Listen, it's late at night. Someone's grabbing that router and listen, they're watching some TV shows or whatever they want to do. You got to make sure that you're plugged in.
I mean, sure, but also that's like the worst time to do it because he's walking away and enemy bot lane is like, oh, cool, we could do this then. And we paused at one of the not to our observer's fault, but one of the worst times because Sivir is getting engaged upon at this time
Yep.
and might lose a summoner spell. That is really unfortunate timing.
It's the dude, come on, don't do this to me right now. And they're just staring each other down in the pause. But at the same time, I'd rather have it happen earlier than not. Maybe if you lose your life and you pause, you're like, dang, that sucks.
And we can't
Either way-
remake it. We do
No.
not have the facilities to remake this. So
No, we are chilling where we are right now. We are going to wait and see if Some Chips is able to come on back. Which, by the way, Some Chips has been playing quite well in their own. I know we talked about all the players stepping up big in these last few games, but Some Chips has run one of the best frontline styles that I've seen across that. I think it was game 3. I loved what Some Chips has done in comparison to Zepax, which is mean, but it feels like Some Chips has had such good impact when it comes to either facilitating fights or denying fights in these last few games.
you think about the Engage games that they played, and it's certainly a lot better. The Poppy game offers so much utility, doesn't have too much of the ultimate value, but that's still fine. I look back at games like the Blitzcrank game, and I'm not like super impressed or blown out of my mind. And again, I think the bottom lanes have been a little bit quieter this series, right? Like we haven't spent all that much time really talking about either of them. We had a big focus on Blamp in the Tristana game just because they were making a lot of critical errors, but even in the Smolder game, there's only so much that you can actually do versus his composition. And Avocado's playing Ashe, right? Like you're just kind of there. You don't do a ton of damage. He went for like this like crit on hit build with going Kraken Slayer or Kraken's Fury into like Infinity Edge, so you're really not all there. Yeah, the bot lanes have not been like super impactful in my mind, but it's whether or not we can actually see them properly navigate a lot of these fights. They're also playing really difficult roles a lot of the time. Like they're mostly on enchanters throughout this series.
It's a tough one. When you're on Enchanter, you're just like, I gotta do whatever I do, and I also gotta stay alive while doing it, while I'm being hunted. I mean, Zepax knows that about as well as anyone. After they got chummed, I think 6 times in a row, I don't think I saw the fish land on anyone else, and that is the most painful thing I think I've ever seen. So, these are gonna be interesting times. So, yeah, I'm going to be curious as we watch and wait for the sides of Chargers. I am looking to them to, once again, open up with a strong early game. I want to give a big shout out to Tilted. I know I pretty much hopped on that hype train in the top side, but game number 4, very hype early game, was willing to make a lot of the early game moves. I wonder how you're going to fare with the Aatrox this time around, if you can try and shut down what Turkey has been throwing down.
This is a much tougher matchup for him to pilot. We've seen him kind of fumble. You look back at the Kled versus Gragas game, and these kinds of things start to fall to the wayside. Maybe even Turkey leaning a little bit on that experience. Again, as we kind of talked about it, previously the manager for the program, but decided, like, screw it, I'm hopping on the sticks. You're letting me play top lane. Like, we're just going to do this now, and let's just get this over with here. But, yeah, it's really interesting, right? There's so many different storylines and threads that we can pull on just in this series alone. For everyone at home, we're about to get back into games soon, so thank you for kind of holding on during this. But I want to revisit something that we talked about after like game 3 or 4, which is we were like, okay, Chargers are up 3, or they're up 2. Now what happens? And we talked about building momentum here. It is all in the side of the Eagles now. They are fully in the driver's seat when it comes to like emotional and physical momentum. Now being able to reset, and it's like, okay, we're in game 5 now. Everything before this this moment kind of doesn't matter. It's all about this one singular game.
It is about what can you make of it. Are we going to see that tidal wave for Eagles? Are they going to be able to roll their way to a straight 3 games? Something that the Chargers weren't unable to do. We are back in the game now as we get to see what I believe is our first look and first time of junglers starting on opposite sides, meaning on different sides of the map.
Is there anything they could do for Tilted here? I mean, the wave doesn't seem like it's going to bounce back. We have seen Tilted kind of move in and out of the lane and also kind of push. You're playing versus a Set who can be very, very dangerous when playing on low HP. So, Should be quite interesting to see what Dockinator can do since he has been such a pivotal piece of this lineup for their early games in this series alone.
Very fast clear as well. Both these junglers. We've seen some disparaging numbers at points. I think at one point we saw a 50 CS difference. Just as you mentioned, Dockinator straight up towards his top side, fully visioned out, tilted top lane, actually leaning into the river, so forced to flash away. Remember, Dockinator doesn't have flash from earlier, so you are able to stay alive and tilted. Able to only lose about 50% of the HP. Mid lane we see Glacial also eating a lot. Early rotate though from Zepax joining on in with Revan.
Why are they here so early? The grubs don't spawn quite yet. I mean, yeah, I'm still very confused because maybe they were looking for a play on the Glacials. He is rather low again. It was all about when we were talking about in draft when playing against this Aurora. Uh-oh.
What if this was it? However, Tilted top laner went ahead way too early, and it's a freebie. It feels like headed over to the Eagles.
Oh. Glacials, look, he got a little bit ahead of himself. Didn't know that the stun was going to come over. Couldn't have known, to be honest. Revan or Preem could have just dashed to the side to avoid and have all that movement speed. Glacial's going to have to use his teleport, and a good enough play coming on through for the Eagles. Gets them a nice advantage on top side. Now, Dockinator is going to path back up towards the top side, which will mean that he will be here in time for the Grubs. I also just don't think Grubs really matters for either of these teams, honestly.
I could sit behind that one. I mean, we thought there were going to be some split pushing. We saw the York earlier, and it was like, I mean, it's there, but you're not willing to put a lot into those grubs. So 100% agree. It's an objective in the feats warfare all the same, and that's what we might see covered here as we take a look at the rest of the lanes, of course. As you mentioned, good clear coming out of Dockinator leads up to the top side for Tilted top laner, though. You've ruled this top side before in the 1v1, and you're trying to do it once again, but Big Fat Turkey set up a little bit of a wave state, holding it in front of their tower.
This matchup is not fun. Like, this is a really tough matchup. Set is a very competent duelist, especially into Aatrox. Your ranges just usually end up matching, and if both champions are trying to get low and go into low HP numbers, Set is always going to win thanks to that Grit Shield. So instead of going for a Dragon, you saw that there were some movements there. There's also a level 6 here for Glacials. Are they going to maybe make a move here? I don't think there's going to be much on bottom side. Avocado's very low mana. They're going to have to clear and go for a reset. But there could be an angle to maybe even answer on top side again. No flash for Tilted, and if he ever expends his E, then suddenly there's no way for him to get away from this.
It's a tough point to be in. So you gotta play your cards right. Deep ward this time around. Lost the dot ward. Said, alright, let's go a little bit further. Let's see where Doc is going to be immediately. Had a good timer on it, but said, okay, I don't see anyone, so I can play around the midfield. Rest of the line, though, leads into this dragon being taken. First time by the Chargers. First on the Drake of this series. I believe it's a Cloud. Not the most entertaining in the world, but at least stops the pure dragon stacking. That for the side of the Eagles has always been one of their objectives.
We've looked at it a lot from the Eagles' perspective in this game, but we kind of tap back in onto Revan. He's doing very well for himself. I mean, you're already level 6 here at 7 minutes on the Lilia. You have all of these topside camps that you can clear and completed a Faded Ashes very, very quickly. This guy is starting to get that ball rolling, and this is exactly what we were setting up earlier on a few minutes ago. Is if we don't attack the lanes as Eagles Aquamarines, you are in such a good spot as this Lilia. And Revan hasn't necessarily been like the guy to step into the spotlight, at least in this series. So I'm interested to see, like, is he really going to be that player here in this game? Because he has the potential with this Lilia.
Well, ping's going down, whether junglers here or not. It's a full engagement as Blamp hit level 6. Inferno Trigger barely does any damage, though, as Sunchess is able to turn around. Avocado throwing down the auto attack, and Blamp has to flash away. Avocado, though, gets knocked back. Quick step, but the boomerang is thrown out. Q to the face. Avocado wrecking shop with the kill of their own.
By the way, that was a Samira that has a serrated Dirk already. So if we can't do damage through that, we're in a pretty big pile of trouble here. If you are the Chargers, you just lost your bottom lane. You're giving up grubs potentially here. He's going to be forced off as Lilia just comes on through and swipes those away.
And to be fair, for that bot side, we got to give credit to Avocado being able to back and get a full BF sword. Just screw it, go for the big big damage at the end. Revan sitting pretty, with a little extra in the bank, still waiting to get one more grub, but waited a little bit too long. Flashes away because the Weaver's wall is out, which now allows Dockinator to clear that grub side. Unfortunately, the little realm hop doesn't work for Preem, so it is Eagle to collect the other side global objective.
Why are we not fighting that? Like, as the Chargers,
That's a
like,
good question. I just realized that. Yeah, what?
where's our like? I have an electrocute Aurora, and sure we got solo killed, but or like we lost in the 2v2 there, but like Aatrox's ultimate. Surely there's something there. There's gotta be a fight there. We have a really fed Lilia at this point in the game. We have ultimate available. That should have been a fight that I think the Chargers take. Maybe that's either the fatigue, maybe that is a level of unfamiliarity because it has been so far in the series that, you know, it's been a while since they've been able to play a little bit more Lilia. But I don't know, I feel like that might have been a missed opportunity there. And if you're the Eagles, you're saying, yes, sir. Yes, thank you. You gave us 2 grubs. My bot lane's still scaling up, or my mid lane gets to get away with throwing an ultimate, and we get the flash. Cool.
All right, well, listen, second time's the charm if they can try. Some chips does have flash, doesn't have exhaust though, so it's an easy bob down. You were talking about Revan. Dive underneath the tower, but a final slap to the back side. We'll go ahead and yield a result and a half. However, the sleep came through on the back end, and it will be a turnaround in name. 3 total gives Eagles that bounty on their head, or the feats, but it will be Zepak and Blint to survive.
They get out. They'll be able to clear this next wave. Glacials does pick up the bottom lane wave and will grab himself a plate instead. Still think that is okay here for Aquamarine. Just the fact that they are able to grab that kill. They push in another wave. Sivir is feeling so happy about this game state. Even if both marksman players have a completed item, I would much rather be in the Eagles position rather than having to be Chargers here.
You know what? I'll take the other side. I want to be in Charger side just to see how I get back from this. Of course, I don't want to be in tilted top laners side as they are getting ganked in more ways than one. Both supports joining in the top side though, as that's a quick slam. Is it get enough to turn it around? Another soccer ball boots away tilted top lane, but Revan getting minion blocked here. Nice flip over the back of the head gives Revan a sweet spot hit. There's the Lilia starting to scale up.
There we go. Good kills and a good pick going in. Ooh, some nice damage as well onto Glacial. So the Chargers have woken up a little bit here, Orbital. They're at least coming to play a little bit more. It was getting a bit worrisome in my mind. But sure, we made that play. We're able to pick out the Melio. I, again, am struggling to kind of think of more ways that the Chargers can feel like they can be in control of this game, aside from just Revan having this lead. Like, as soon as he finishes his first item, this is a massive find for them.
Oh, are they going to look for another as that's the Magnustorm to clear that spell shield? A quick bop on the back of the head, though. No full kill, but Preem showing that a 0-0-0 2-component Aurora can still do a lot of work, but it's enough to clear Avocado, meaning the Dragon is next on the block.
Yep, Dockinator's is going to take a recall. Please don't tell me we're fighting this, guys. Avocado still hasn't recalled. Are we going to really take this extra timer? This is very risky.
For another teleport. Very nice wall to turn things around, but they're going to try and fight a Dockinator. Able to chunk out Revan. Revan is now down, and the fight turnaround brings Preem to the other side as the realms are not in your favor, and you hot drop to your own death. It's Eagles to gather the victory plus the Dragon.
What a window to find just getting Glacials to use the ultimate. I was saying we shouldn't be fighting there, but Revan just doesn't have doesn't have the flash anymore. So not only did they lose the fight, they'll lose a lot of that gold that he was starting to kind of accrue for himself. They get the Dragon. So Eagles Aquamarine just consistently finding angles here in the series in game number 3 and game number 4, and now mounting an insurmountable almost reverse sweep on our hands. It's very early. It's only 13 minutes into this game, and it's barely a 2,000 gold, but I think it is the way in which they are doing it. They are showing that I think that the Chargers are making a lot more mistakes than their opponents.
I mean, Chargers have always been a little bit quicker on the draw. They're always willing to kind of say, okay, we see an opportunity, we'll take it. Normally, it was like the 70% option where, hey, we were pretty confident we were going to win. Now it's closer to that 55-60 where you're like, I'm not sure I'm going to win, but we got to try it anyway. And it feels like, yeah, Eagles has said, we'll call your bluff every single time. We'll fight you if you're willing. At this point, 13.5 minutes. Plates will fall in just a bit, and this is probably the, I won't say quietest of the plate taking, as Botside has lost 5 plates in total. But it has led to a very heavy shift over there in the mid lane.
Oh, there's a fight mid.
Seen everyone kind of dance. Yeah, that's going to be Blamp actually taking 1 kill, as now we zoom on over, as it looks like a huge gift has landed into Glamp's pocket. Blamp says, screw the plates, I got their lives.
They'll grab 2 kills, maybe more. There is a turret here that they can look for. Preem as well. Okay, that's 3.
Another chance. Tower dive, baby. Let's go.
Cool. Only a single grub, so it's not like they're going to blow this turret up. Also, a turret's going to start to warm up a little bit as minion wave does fall. Avocado doing a good job of clearing that wave before they did fall. Fine answer coming from the Chargers. Maybe this game is just going to be like a 1 step forward, 2 steps back for both teams. Like, cool, we just won the dragon fight. Now we try to stay in mid and we lose a trade. Glacial's getting picked off there. And how funny would it be if you are on both teams and we looked at these games earlier on and it's Glacial having 2 back-to-back games looking a lot stronger than his opponent, tilted top laner, despite winning some of the lane matchups, faltering as we get closer to team fights. Like, the way that these 2 mid laners, or these 2 solo laners have been pivotal to their team's wins and losses here in this game number 5.
Listen, it's the finale. There are 5 acts in a BO5, and it's up to the players to decide whether we end on Act 3, 4, or this one. I can't wait to see how this pans out and what they will write for us here on the stage. Revan is writing a speedy recovery on the CS department, though, up 20, and is looking to drown it even more. Drowsy into a bop, and that's just Glacial dead. There's no running from that.
They're not even on Herald. They don't care. Like, this is just another wave that Aurora's going to take. She's going to grab the turret as well. Blamp is looking, grabs the mid lane. Okay.
How many times have we been shown that our analysis does not hold against the weight of the players? The Samira in the 1v1 has yielded yet another result. Of course, on the flip side, it's a shutdown for Dockinator, thanks to the tower in mid.
The Chargers are the biggest winners of that play. They got some shutdowns in that play. They got the kill on a Dockinator. And look at this bottom lane. You'll see it now announced. Aurora picks up another 2 waves and a turret to herself here. Big gold swing now in their favor. And even the Herald never finished by Eagles Aquamarine. That is a massive throw coming in their favor now.
Gold-wise, it's all over. I'm hearing spam pings, by the way, and I have no idea what they are pinging in the inventory.
It's probably an item. Like, hey, I have this item, let's
I
fight.
thought it was really funny. I heard that noise. I was like, oh boy. A little bit of a speed up here, though, as you do have to dodge away. Nice understanding of timings on Preem. No kill, so back to the drawing board.
All right. Teleports from Big Fat Turkey to be in mid. There's a dragon in 30 seconds, and both sides are missing some pretty important flashes, but I'm looking at Eagles right now, or the Eagles, and Avocado not having that available to him is a bit more problematic in my mind for this fight. And again, Revan on this Lilia closer to a second item. He is so pivotal. This is very risky, guys.
Listen, risk is in their name as the Chargers decide to charge forward right into Dockinator's arms. But poor Revan is like, bro, did you guys really just ditch me? It's because of the backline. They were soloing out the very poor Avocado. What was Avocado doing there?
Oh, he thought maybe his team would have been able to connect it into the tri-brush there. A great punish. We thought it was a little bit of an overextension. Revan has to lose his flash, but they get the kill, and they'll grab themselves the dragon. They're playing on razor-thin margins now. The Chargers are saying, look, we just have to we're going to go for it, and if it doesn't work, then oh well, right? Like, this is potentially our last competitive game. There's going to be a no-holds bar. Just let everything loose, leave it all on the rift for ourselves. And now Aurora just farming away on the bottom side of the map. They're going to look to press on mid as well. They still have the Herald that they can save for what is going to be a Baron that's up in 2 minutes. There are so many tools and so many options for them here in this game that it is really for Eagles and Aquamarine to stay calm. You're just playing a bit of a slower game. You really want to be on 3 and 4 items before it really starts to kind of kick in.
Well, listen, they heard you and said, maybe. Glacial is still trying to test the waters, even though they're 1 in 2. Not willing to play that slow of a game. But going back to the farming game, as we take stock, everyone shifting, rotating as they wish, trying to figure out exactly where these lane assignments are going to go, because only 1 tower is down so far in that bot side. For Tilt the top laner, that's okay, but for Eagles, kind of rotating everyone around. Now it's Glacial down to the bot side, bot lane to the mid, Big Fat Turkey still on the top side, trying to do their best. But Glacials really can't hold this bot lane as far up as maybe you were hoping.
He has ultimate, so if push comes to shove, you are allowed as Taliyah to do this. There's a lot of League of Legends, as we've kind of talked about, is about turns and really about permission. Am I allowed to be in this spot? Well, usually it's up to your opponent to kind of punish that. As we saw, is Big Fat Turkey allowed to be that far or that close to Aurora? Aurora says no. So Preem decides to take a quarter of his HP with an Electrocute combo. But I mean, Taliyah is going to be fine, right? Like, Dockinator can also hold this wave if he's very kind to his mid laner. And outside of the last couple of fights, Sivir is now starting to maintain a little bit of a CS lead here. So hopefully that gives them a little bit more space. Oh.
You say that, but in CS numbers, they don't matter if your life is forfeit, as Revan's like, dude, I got gold from your deaths. I'll use that to have an item and a half lead, 4-2-2 for Revan on this carry, and it's going to be converted directly and efficiently into the Otacon.
They're not even going to care about this. Sivir's just going to push on this mid wave. Dockinator is going to feign as if they're going to look for some kind of steal, but they're going to get pushed out. I love this positioning coming through from Zapax. So the Otacon goes over in favor of the Chargers 2 minutes before Dragon either, and no mid turret ends up being taken by the Eagles. The game is starting to slip by them. You want to get to 3 and 4 items, but you have to survive to that point. The fact that they grabbed the Dragon is nice. It means that they're not going to be looking down the barrel of a soul point, at least for the next 5 to 10 minutes. But you kind of got to get there, and you have to be able to contest. Some chips getting caught out here is not what we wanted to see, and definitely starts to call into question and potentially jeopardize the scaling advantage that they would have had.
And I was just praising some chips as well, giving them a lot of praise for how they played these last few games, and now sitting at 0-4-6, they got to turn it around. Preem as well, 1-1-1, currently has that Luminous Companion ready to snap on with a little extra damage, trying to get that wave cleared, as all eyes are on the top side. And also with the Hextech Soul to play for, you know the rotations are going to be fast, so a lot of these players saying, okay, normally it's maybe 20 seconds to get back into the lane or anything like that. Nope, hop in a portal, it's cut down by 5, and all of a sudden, you're out of position.
It's just a lot of gold in the solo lanes right now, especially for Preem. You got those 2 waves on bottom lane and the whole turret. Now, like, I don't think that the Eagles are properly matching where they want to put some of their lane assignments, so you see a lot of pings going on towards top side. Preem really wants to grab this turret if they can make it happen. You saw an early show there from Zapax. Forces the Eagles to move forward. You are way too far up, brother.
Yeah, Revan was looking, tries to get the sleep, but only tagged 1. I don't know if you want it, but Tilted Top Laner says he does. And you overextend once again. Walking in 1 by 1, this ain't a gladiator pit. And Eagles once again capitalize on a mistake of the Chargers.
If there's anything that I can say there for the Chargers that it looks fine is you got the flash out from Glacials. That's going to be your big ticket item going into this next fight. It's Dragon in 20 seconds. Glacials is going to TP immediately just to grab priority over this lane now. This is an important fight. It's not soul point for any of these teams quite yet, but getting them closer to that little bit of an era, maybe even getting there first, is really, really important. You can already see that the Eagles are already here in position. And there is no teleport here for Tilted top laner. They're going to start this immediately. They know they need this one to give them more time in this game. Oh my!
But what a damage snap. What a damage snap. And maybe you sacrifice one life. You're going to peel him off the dragon. And maybe this is a worthy one as well. Dragon is slowly whittled down, but guess who's here? Revan is around. 4K on the docket though, but can you get on in? All of a sudden, that sacrifice is in vain. 2 dragons apiece. I saw the idea, but for once in this series, the Chargers were not willing to pull that trigger.
That is 3 kills going over in trade for a turret. Very worth it here for the Equals Aquamarine. And for the Aeronautical University, it is super impressive for them to grab this. Yes, there's so much damage coming in from Preem, but he never really kind of turns it or creates a tangible advantage. It's just a lot of HP taken off of Glacial, but you also have things like the Seraph's Embrace that is going to give him some more protection. So this Sivir is going to be a big pain point for this team. And even with the CS leads that some of the members of the Chargers have, I think you can just kind of see how tangible the compositional difference is. And the fact that they're only down 2,000 gold.
Only down 2,000. They hope to bridge that very, very soon. Held in the mid, Avocado. Saying, okay, we're good. No big deal. We'll go ahead and keep free farming. Bump it up to 203. Next objective on the map is that Baron in just about 20 seconds. And we're seeing that ward line be drawn a little bit closer to that mid-river, but populated all the way throughout.
But most of it is in favor of the Chargers. There is
100%.
so little vision. They haven't taken an outer turret yet. And right now we're seeing that the Chargers have done all of their homework. They've taken all of the tier 1s, so they get to move their vision line a little bit further up into the enemy's jungle. And now trying to lay weight in one of these brushes. Tilted top laner's getting pulled back instead of pushing that lane. Aurora's also not showing, so they have no idea that they're here.
You can't pull the trigger too quickly. The first time, it's Death Breath versus Death Breath. Glacial's now steps out, and if they waited just 2 seconds longer, it would have been enough. But Glacial's brazed the darkness and steps back into the light of the mid lane.
There is so much going on there. I love the vision toggle from our observer. Just, they had a ward in the Baron Pit, so they know they're not starting it. That is their window, their only opportunity to kind of go for a play like that. And I like the patience coming on through. Preem, this is fake. This is fake, doesn't matter. He's just going to press W, cool, the mini wave's gone. He's going to reset, and we're going to try and do this all over again. A level 16. That is partially due to the Otacon. That is a massive advantage there. If I'm the Chargers, I'm asking, okay, look, we have a massive lead now. It may not be in the gold, but you look at the experience, that alone is giving us thousands of gold between us and our lane opponents. So we should be more than comfortable with trying to pull them towards some of these objectives.
Let's see where that tug of war takes them. Right now, it's a lean towards that top side. Glacial is once again kind of on that picking block, has consistently been the one to be found as that target in the eyes, always has almost a lock on in that way. So playing this one much safer, much further back, and I scaled up 3, 2, and 1, 2 items completed. It's the dancer on the Baron. That's really all this is. Scuttle being handled by Revan. Until someone steps out of line, until someone crosses that ward vision, I don't see it changing anytime soon.
Nice use of the Void Scuttle. Pushes out all of this vision. This is getting a little bit dicey. Baron is not impossible to deal with. There's a dragon in a minute, and if they don't have a ton of damage here. Most of their damage for objectives, specifically around this Baron, is around this Aurora and around this Lilia. So if they're not in here, if they're not near the pit, it is way easier for the Chargers to kind of get around this.
Well, they might have. That's going to be a swing, and that's a sleep of 3. Losing Lullaby into the Aatrox Slam. It's a bloody death for 3. As Chargers pull the trigger and find the perfect fight. Big Fat Turkey is up on the table, cooked and ready for Blamp. And that will be the 4 they need for the Chargers to break this game in the Baron wide open.
Vision control completely dominated in that fight. They had no idea Revan was going to be able to flash over that wall. He gets a 3-man sleep, Tilted top laner with the Aatrox, slams them down, and might have just ended this series here. 15-10 and a Baron at 28 minutes. The Chargers will finally find themselves with a massive enough advantage. They will recall here and get ready for a dragon in just a few moments' time. And that right there feels maybe the last death nail here for the Chargers to end what could have been a reverse sweep of the Eagles.
I'm telling you, it's the power of friendship. It faltered for 2 episodes, but this 5th in the season is showing up big. They are fighting together and ensuring that they are holding hands as they face the opposition. And for the Chargers, they're setting up their vision line again. Take a look at this. Z-Packs this time saying no big deal. I got everything. Stepped over the Scryers. No big deal either. And the Dragons already booted up with Preem up on the wings. It's no way contestable as the University of Alabama and Huntsville, they will put themselves on sole point.
Okay. It's really important. 29 minutes, so at 36, 35-55, that dragon is going to spawn. You can see right now, the Eagles are just trying their damnedest to just pick up gold wherever they can, because it's about those 3 and 4 items. They're so close to an Infinity Edge done here for Avocado. They've already had those 3 items completed for Glacial. Big Fat Turkeys also on the way. Dockinator there. If they can hold on for these next 4 minutes, their chances of winning are going to only go up and to the right. But they also need to be able to survive. They need to be able to stop the push. That's what the Sivir here is for.
And to not do their patented mistake giving. Stepping over the line, saying, hey, I can make this happen. Getting caught out. That's what they don't want to do. This is clinical. This is pull until the Eagles cannot be pulled any further. As that's inhibitor tower going down. Double cannon minion will do that. This is the appropriate play for the side of UAH. As they will start to build and use their 5.4k lead.
This is also a historical moment, not only in the fact that, you know, for both of these teams, we're here in the grand finals, but this is also our first full best of 5 series for Fearless, anyway, here in the NECC. They've only really had 3 of them so far, so it's not that much, but the fact that we have already, you know, we're closing out the year with even more precedent to be set. It's, again, just all of the threads really kind of coming together here in this one moment here tonight. So, for everybody at home, thank you for joining us so far, and hopefully the end of this series can provide the entertainment that it has been kind of teasing us with so far.
Of course, the end of that rope will be in front of us as another tower will fall. That is the last of the outer towers. We are now looking at 2 inhibitor towers and 2 Nexus towers alone. For the Chargers, they're doing everything by the book. No overextensions, no willingness to dive. Let's play this smart and play this nice. Big Fat Turkey in the 1v1. Stat checking a little bit at tilted top laner. And Revan is here to play as well. 4 being placed here on the bot side. The packs joining on in. It's a slow burn of the base. And Eagles need to start getting a little bit desperate. They're losing more and more of the base. They gotta find a time to pull that trigger.
Infinity Edge is done here for Avocado. No flash for the next 45 seconds. Inhibitor 1 will fall. It's in mid lane. Again, this does not matter. You have a Sivir. She's going to hoover up all of these minion waves. Same with a champion like Talia. Preem is looking for a little bit more damage on the Fat Turkey. It, again, will not matter. We're going to look for a second inhibitor. Again, until that Nexus falls, I think it is less and less meaningful. What I'm looking at now is the Hextech Soul that spawns in 2 minutes' time.
Oof. Maybe that's what... for the Eagles, they're looking at as well. That's a quick slam on the back side. There is no Lilia. Means that this is a 4v5. But do they have the damage? It's a quick glance into tilted top laner.
No.
But the Inferno trigger. What a call. Blam with this Amir in game 5. Swats them all away. The winner of the Coliseum will finally fall. But not before they delete their opponents. It's an ace for University of Alabama as the Friends play together in their final series as a team. 3 players will move on with the best memories they could ask for. A Game 5 victory, a Grand Finals victory, as the Chargers are your Division 3 champions.
University of Alabama at Huntsville will end number 1. They did it in the regular season, and they will do it here again. Or sorry, they were second in the regular season. Either way, an impressive bout here. Like, that last fight is just... Avocado just steps a little too far forward. This flash timer was about to come back up if he just had a little bit more in that tank. Also, there was a heal there from Tilted Top Laner at the end. He gets down to like a quarter HP. Sundered Sky plus Darkened Blade auto attack heals him to like almost full. That is very disgusting. And that right there probably completely broke that fight.
It really was. It baited enough time to extend even further. And this Samira, we have to give credit where credit is due. Blamp, who has been so quiet the entire time. I got scared. We didn't see Revan, who had been the monster all game long. Blamp said, "It is my time to shine. I have been quiet for 4 games in a row." Made sure that fight went their way at the end. And it all, as you said, ties together so neatly. The threads have come together. Alt Battery, this series was fantastic.
Yeah, I'm so happy for them, and unfortunately, with a winner comes a loser. Eagles Aquamarine almost on the precipice of a reverse sweep here in the grand finals, and to be fair, this was the number 1 and number 2 seed coming in from the B conference. It almost felt like fated for them to meet yet again. Unfortunately, they couldn't cross the hurdle this time, but to make it to this point, you had to beat so many other teams. There was obviously their own divisions that they had to play in, and the fact that they made it through the bracket, right? They're on opposite sides of the bracket, so to meet here in grand finals is like the beautiful bow on top as we close out tonight.
Yes, it was a present worthy of all its glory, and they worked so hard for it again. Congratulations to University of Alabama and Huntsville, the Chargers Blue Squad, for taking the Div 3 trophy. At the end of the day, though, that is the end of the NECC League of Legends season, at least for this split. The 2025 season is coming to a close, so I want to give a big shout out to everyone that has tuned in and watched our amazing production. We had a lot of amazing casters, an amazing production crew behind us. We had Rare, Adam, Chippy, and so many more making this possible. And to close out a show here is fantastic all the way through to those of our sponsors, Wenzel's and Buy Blue Light and Extron, for making this possible to put on a show every single night. We appreciate it. However, League of Legends might be done, but there is more championship action along the way, as tomorrow will be Overwatch 2, I believe, coming in at 7:30 EST. Make sure to set your clocks and get ready for the 5v5 action there as well. Alt Battery, it was a treat to work with you here today. For those that tuned in, my name is Orbital. Thank you so much for tuning in, and have a fantastic night.